Los invitamos a ubicarse en sus lugares. Comenzamos. This is the last call. We will begin now. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first day of the Business Forum, Harnessing Opportunities, Unlocking Growth, as part of the IDB Group annual meetings. To formally inaugurate this Business Forum, please help me welcome IDB Group President, Ilan Goldfein.
Buenas tardes, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the IDB Group Business Forum here in Asunción, Paraguay. First, we need to express deep appreciation to Paraguay for hosting these 2026 IDB Group annual meetings. In particular, I would like to thank our host, Minister Carlos Fernández Valdovinos, the Minister of Economy and Finance, for his partnership, his work, and his opening of this business forum with us. We have other authorities. We have Carlos, President of the Central Bank of Paraguay. We have our governors, my colleagues across the IDB Group, and very important, the private sector leaders, investors, and partners joining us from at least our 48 members from Europe, North America, and beyond. The Business Forum reflects a conviction of the IDB Group and a direction of the IDB Group that the private sector is central to the future of the economy of the region. The private sector drives innovation. It drives productivity. It makes things more competitive. And at the end of the day, is the one that generates growth and jobs. And for us, that means it's essential for development impact. So you can see this conviction reflected at the IDB Group. We tend to say that we are the private sector MDB, private sector Multilateral Development Bank, but with 66 this years of experience with the public sector in the region. So we are driving through the private sector and using the synergies that we have with the public sector to generate the enabling conditions. But also here, in this annual meeting, this preference, this priority is reflected. For the first time, we have not only the business forum, but we have all the IDB Invest panels and discussion series and the round tables and the bilaterals and all the networking. For the first time, almost half of the registers come from the private sector. We're talking about almost more than 1,700 registrations from the private sector. We have 300 CEOs. This is the highest level of leadership. We are having 750 C-level executives. So this is an IDB Group annual meeting with the public, but also with the private sector. The place to do it is Paraguay, where the focus on private sector-led development is also a priority. The timing is also interesting. We just came out of our record year of financing. $35 billion in financing, where we have the record financing from the public sector, but also record financing coming from IDB Invest and IDB Lab $13 billion from the IDB Invest. But scale, the amount of money, is not the goal. What matters is what do you do with these resources? And here, I'm glad to say we made meaningful progress. We helped 34 million people gain access to quality health and nutrition services, 2.6 million people connected to broadband services, 3 million companies, small and medium, micro companies, are now being supported by the IDB. And 900,000 farmers have access now to agricultural services. And our reforms go deep into the impact and the quality. I'm going to give you just one example, the instrument reform. We deep dive whether the instruments we offer the countries, we offer the companies are adequate. And we unified the instruments. So the countries are going to have a catalog, a menu of what is available for them in a unified place. But we also looked at several innovations. Let me give you an example of the example. The example is the instrument. The example of the example are policy-based loans. Here's what we are doing, and we have just approved before coming here. 10 measures of quality at entry, quality of designing the projects. An innovative way of looking at the results before the end of the project, as we go. That is an innovation that will be brought to other MDBs. We're bringing new financing modalities, in particular for disaster, natural disaster financing, to be faster, but to be bolder with reforms. So that means that you have to approve the reforms before. We also have an innovative way of dimensioning how much resources we establish for each reform that we help. That's innovative. If we are successful, that will be replicated in other MDBs. And last but not least, we need to know how to rely on others, coordination. So the macroeconomic evaluation, we will coordinate with the IMF. We're going to separate liquidity from reforms. We're going to work with them. We're not going to replicate. What I just said is record financing and a lot of reforms that will be implemented. This is scale and impact. This is our institutional strategy that we call Strategy Plus. And it's part of the 3 big transformational changes that we approved in Punta Cana, Impact Plus. And I'm saying it because in addition to the strategy, we had the IDB Invest Plus, which was the capitalization and the new business model, and we had the IDB Lab Plus, plus its replacement. And I'm happy to say that 2 years ago, when in 2023, in the DR, Dominican Republic, we launched the capitalization process for the IDB Invest. The proposal was then approved in the governance in 2024 in Punta Cana. And I'm happy to say today that we can announce that the subscription process for this $3.5 billion capital increase has successfully closed. This is a milestone. It reflects strong support from regional and non-regional shareholders for the IDB Invest business model and strengthens the institutional capacity to finance companies and mobilize private investment. This gives a lot of space for the region to share business model that will allow us to originate, but more importantly, to share with you our project. And we do it not only because we want to share things with you, but we want to mobilize resources, we want to catalyze resources, because we need these resources for the development gaps. With more capital, IDB Invest can structure larger and more complex transactions, come earlier in project cycles, and mobilize global investors into the region. If we maintain what we saw last year, record financing from public sector and private sector, and we now factor in the capitalization going forward, we estimate that over the next decade, we could have the capacity to finance $500 billion across Latin America and the Caribbean. This is twice what we've done in the last 10 years. So we're looking for $500 billion of financing, private sector and public sector. And more importantly, again, what do we do with these resources? What we will do with these resources? We want to get faster growth, quality jobs, less poverty, and other real concrete results for the region. These annual meetings take place in Latin America and the Caribbean countries that are thinking about how are they going to deal with this global environment, how will they take advantage of the opportunities. So they think to expand market, strengthen supply chains, attract investment. I would say that this is the moment for Latin America and the Caribbean. We have the power of a big market if we work together. We are talking about 660 million people with a combined GDP of $6.6 trillion. This is a huge market with scale, but we need to be connected. The region has received quite a bit of attention. So on that background, let me tell you what we believe could be the priorities for a private sector engagement. I will say that we'll have in this private sector agenda, and James and others will talk about it, we have 4 types of opportunities. 1, let's try to find opportunities in some sectors, key sectors, like critical minerals and others. 2nd, let's think about AI and the digital transformation, how this affects the private sector of the region. 3rd, we need to deal with infrastructure. We are the Multilateral Development Bank. 4th, how we can mobilize more resources. So, let me tell you that we believe that the IDB Group can work together, where the IDB works with governments to strengthen regulation, institutions, and investment climate. That's the public sector. The private sector, IDB Invest structures and finances private sector projects. And the IDB Lab builds early stage markets and innovation ecosystem. Together, we can turn reforms into pipelines, pipelines into investment. Public reform and private capital must move together. The IDB Group is where we hope to make these connections strengthen. So let me conclude saying that the IDB Group wants to be a reliable connector between Latin America and the Caribbean and global markets, helping translate global capital demand partnership into growth and development across the region. So today's context will present you real opportunities for companies, for the private sector. The IDB stands ready to help you seize these opportunities. We serve as the connector, as the bridge. Thank you very much for being part of this annual meeting, part of this conversation, and part of the goal to help turn opportunities into results for Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Goldfein. Next, let's please welcome James Scriven, CEO of IDB Invest.
Gracias. Welcome to everybody. I'm standing in between two of my bosses, the president of the IDB Group and the Minister of Finance that will soon become the president of the Board of Governors. So clearly my two bosses. So I'm going to be very brief and I'm going to give you three messages. One, why we changed the annual meeting. One, as you heard from Milan, we're evolving into a private sector-led development institution where private sector development is at the core of our mission. And that's why we're rethinking how our annual meetings become a big business forum. Second, the president of Paraguay, Santiago Peña, when he was a minister, the last time I came for our annual meeting to Asunción 2017, he used to use the following statement, and I'm going to say it in Spanish. Traigamos Paraguay al mundo.
Let's bring the world to Paraguay and Paraguay to the world.
And as you're going to hear, and it was a clear message from Minister Fernandez, is that we want this to become a private sector-led business environment. So that's the first message of why we wanted all of you to come over here, and a big thanks for all of you who traveled a lot to get to over here or short. Second message, what you heard from Milan is that we got $3.5 billion of a capital increase. So this is an appetizer because tomorrow at 11 o'clock in the morning, you're going to have me over here talking about what I'm going to do with that money. So be sure to come over here. You're going to hear, one, how we got the money, two, what are we going to use it, and how it will benefit all of you. So that's a preview to that. The third point I wanted to mention is that the gentleman that was here right before me, President Ilan, today is his 60th birthday. So with that, I want to send him a big congratulations. And Ilan, you got $3.5 billion for your birthday present. Hell of a birthday present. With that, thank you very much and welcome to the station.
Thank you, Mrs. Scriven. We now welcome to the stage Carlos Fernández Valdovinos, Minister of Economy and Finance of Paraguay.
Con James nos une una relación muy...
James and I have a very special relationship, and it's because every time I go to Washington, I don't go to see Ilan, I go to see James, because James lends to the private sector. And we were doing very well. In October 2024, he promised me that we would have $1 billion in loans for our country. Yesterday, we played a soccer match, and he told me I was the best on the field. And we're doing extremely well until he messed up my introduction. Dear Ilan, I wanted to be the first to congratulate you on your birthday. This is indeed a special day because we're launching this forum, but also because it's extremely special given that you are celebrating your birthday here with us in Paraguay. So I don't want to change my speech, but I would ask you to give Ilan a round of applause. Now, I'm not sure what excuse or gift he's going to have for his wife, given that he brought her here instead of celebrating at home. So that's something for you to figure out. What we just heard is music to my ears. The private sector-led growth approach is clearly a vision we share here in Paraguay and at the IDB. I don't want to preempt what we'll be saying at the inaugural session of the Board of Governors meeting, But I always recall what Darwin said, and it's that it's not always the strongest species that survive, but rather the ones that are most adaptable to change, and that applies everywhere. It happens in the corporate sector, in the private sector, with companies. And I would say that this launch, and I think actually there was a rebranding to see how we can reflect the importance of the private sector at the IDB. Before, we used to talk about the IDB. That's how it was known. Now we speak of the IDB Group. It's true, there's three different parts. We have the traditional IDB under Elan, we have IDB Invest, and then we also have the innovation segment, which is under IDB Lab, which is going to be increasingly important. It's still very young and small, but it's going to grow in importance. Paraguay has wagered on the concept of IDB 2.0. As the countries develop, they grow, and they enjoy the privilege we are currently enjoying. We have access to international financial markets, and we can issue debt in guaraníes at reasonable tenors. So basically, it's important for multilateral organizations to adapt. The traditional role of the IDB, the World Bank, and the IMF will still be a part of their future because our countries are widely different, but they will have to adapt to new things, to the way things are now. Before, there was a no one size, or maybe a one size fits all could work in Latin America. We were all poor. We all dealt with similar problems. So the traditional model of working with the private sector and providing assistance for infrastructure and roads, water and sanitation, the banks could help us to build capacity, to improve management, and that model did work across the board for all our countries. But now some of us have the privilege I mentioned before, and we have access to international markets. So that compels us to rethink the role of these institutions, and that's exactly what you're doing under ELAN. That is the right approach, emphasizing the role the private sector can play. I see it here in my country. It may be true that there are many lines of credit for companies that come from abroad or from headquarter companies, or before Paraguay would borrow from multilaterals, then it graduated and was able to issue bonds internationally. So the road that leads us to financial maturity, as I call it, can benefit from the experience of IDB Invest, in my view. IDB Invest, I believe, will open the doors. It will afford credibility to those companies that have access to IDB Invest, and will make it possible for others to graduate in the future and have the access we currently have internationally. I have a prepared text, and maybe I'll do what the president did and just leave it aside. A question I tend to get is, where do we invest in Paraguay? How do we invest in Paraguay or in Latin America? And as civil servants, as public officials, I think we need to be humble and perhaps say something. But if the private sector doesn't know where the opportunities lie for investing in each of those countries, then nobody has the answer. We need to continue building a field like the one where we were yesterday with Elan, that has freshly cut turf, that has clear lines drawn, that has good seating, but it has to be the private sector that leads the game. I am here, like others, by chance, because this is actually your forum. It's the private sector forum, and we want to do at this annual meeting is to make a change and provide the private sector for more opportunities to make deals, to learn about the opportunities not just here in Paraguay, but across the region, because Latin America is full of opportunities. I'd like to quote Elan.
comienzo de su administración decía
When he took office, he said Latin America can, and I think should, be a part of the solutions in addressing the challenges the world faces. We have food supply, we have renewable energy sources, we have something that was very much became something that was very much in vogue. We have minerals and rare earths. We have environmental resources, so there are plenty of opportunities for the private sector in the region. But again, the government is not going to call the match. It's going to be the private sector. So I hope that this forum, as part of this annual meeting, will serve to open those doors wide, to create opportunities so that we can have PPPs, which will not be public-private partnerships, rather private-private partnerships between and among countries of the region, and that will enable our countries to have what policymakers aspire for: economic growth, for good jobs, which will translate into more well-being for all the people who live in our countries. Thank you very much, and I hope you have a fruitful meeting.
Thank you, Minister Valdovinos. Thank you very much. We will now start the panel, Digital Transformation and AI, Enabling the Digital Economy. Let's begin. Please join me in welcoming the speakers. First, Sergio Liu, Chief Industries Officer of IDB Invest. Welcome, Sergio. Sergio will moderate this panel. We are also pleased to welcome Roberto Laratro, CEO of Tigo Paraguay. Jacqueline Lopez, Director of Institutional Relations, LATAM South at Ericsson. Nicolás Arrellaga, Managing Partner at Araico. Mercedes Vidart, Founder of Kipu. A warm round of applause for our panelists. Again, Sergio, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Do you hear me? Yes. So, good afternoon. Great to start this afternoon session related to the private sector. When we look at private sector, we definitely think of where the region is today, where is it headed to, and what are the drivers. So let me start by sharing that digital transformation is not just another policy agenda for the region, it's probably the defining opportunity of the decade that we cannot miss. The region has shown resilience. That's what you read in our latest economic research report that was released by our colleagues from the IDB Group last week. But they also highlight that that's not enough. You need to grow, and you need to grow better. You need to grow more, and you need to grow better. To grow more, we need to be more productive. Productivity is a multiplier that we all need to look at. And probably the most relevant factor to achieve productivity is digital transformation. And it's not just connectivity, because as I was preparing for this panel, I said, okay, what are we talking about? Connectivity is relevant, but it's also quality of that connectivity. It's affordability. It's a number of things that will help deliver what the society needs. So I'll start with a few references to where we are. And the panelists will help me discuss what are the opportunities and what are the constraints to achieve these opportunities. We start with what percentage of Latin America and the Caribbean do actually have access to fixed broadband. Rural areas are very limited, 15%. Only 23% of all houses in Latin America do have access to fixed broadband, compared to 40% in developed economies. We need to reduce that gap. And it will take $55 to $70 billion to reduce that gap. And just as a reference, research says that 10 percentage points of increase in fixed broadband will increase GDP by 1.4%. Second message, we have internet available in the region. 4G covers more than 90% of our countries. The question is 5G. And 5G is very limited. It's still 15% of the total population. And when you combine both, what you get is, it's not a question of availability, it's a question of quality that is needed for the future tools that will be using 5G. And then there's the whole concept about data centers. Data centers are a huge need and opportunity as well, but there are a number of constraints to see that progressing. First, they are focused or concentrated in a few countries. A few countries dominate the projects, but then there are many issues related to power generation, transmission bottlenecks, capital, and probably also relevant lengthy and complicated permitting processes. In the meantime, capital markets are showing us that they trust and they believe this is the future. OpenAI last week, nothing to do with Latin America only, raised $110 billion with just 3 investors. Amazon, $50 billion, NVIDIA, $30 billion, SoftBank, $30 billion. So there's plenty of capital. We need to bring that capital to us. What's our role? What's IDB Invest's role? We want to bring bankable transactions at scale. We want to crowd in the private sector. And we definitely want the region not to miss the opportunity. So I want to do as much as we can to avoid for that to happen. So with that, now let's hear from the experts. We have here with us a leading telecom operator, a global network technology provider, I would say an investor, an entrepreneur that is looking at data centers in many places, but particularly in Paraguay, and last but not least, a fintech innovator. So together they'll help us see how the different angles from which they look at the business coordinate with each other, and what are, if we can, the conclusions we can arrive at. So I'll start with Roberto Laratro from Tigo, y voy a pasar al español, porque
we want to look at where real opportunity lies. And when we speak of opportunity, Roberto, I'd like to hear your perspective with your experience in several markets. Where do you see real opportunity? Is it in connectivity, services, use, and what is pushing demand? Thank you, Sergio. It's a pleasure to be here with this panel. Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to take a step back before we get into the matter of opportunities. We speak a lot about artificial intelligence, the platform, technological progress in the digital sphere, but behind all of that, we have digital infrastructure. And as Sergio was correctly pointed out, that's where we come in, telecommunications. Uh, we are the ones that built that digital highway so that that digital economy can function thanks to those arteries. Over recent years, we've invested a lot in infrastructure, and what we're seeing now with the AI revolution is that demand for data is growing exponentially. Our role is to prepare that digital highway so that that traffic, that development that it leads, can materialize. Sergio, we're operating in 12 countries in Latin America today, and when we identified this opportunity, the role that we have to play as a telecom, we have invested a lot in the region because of that. I want to speak a bit about Paraguay, where we get a sense of this. Today, we speak of local connectivity, where 95% of the Paraguayan public has access. It was only 67 a few years ago, so we have invested sustainably in Paraguay. And then we talk a lot about global connectivity, which is so important in Paraguay. We talk about outgoing connections. This is what ensures, number one, scale, because clients demand comes with a lot of data. And then second, a secure networks so that we have redundancy so that the net can be used. And then third, we have to address latency. In this world of AI, latency is very important. A third part of this in Paraguay is macroeconomic stability, energy, which plays a very important role in terms of data centers. And we see the interest in data centers as a great opportunity. We have seen a lot of interest expressed in Paraguay because of everything that Paraguay has to offer. Lastly, that's important to mention is talent. Paraguay has young talent, and that is where we see an opportunity to scale up technical knowledge in order to deal with this technological revolution. The question that we ask ourselves, Sergio, on many occasions is it's not what do we do with AI because it's here. It's how do we work together in order to get the most out of it, and how do we improve productivity. I say this because there was an article in the World Economic Forum and McKinsey as well about how AI improves productivity. Looking at the numbers, one would expect that if we get the most out of adopting AI, that could have an impact about 1.9, 2.3 in GDP terms. It's an enormous impact. And that's what we do. We coordinate, we work together to make the most of that opportunity that we have here. Great, thank you very much. We'll go back to one of the issues that you raised, Roberto.
Not that Mercedes doesn't speak Spanish, but that was the agreement that we will switch back to English. Mercedes, you run a pretty relevant fintech lending or actually helping micro companies to get credit using AI. In that context, where do you see that these digital tools are already making an impact? And where is adoption still not happening?
Yes, of course. Yes, you were saying, Sergio, we are Kipu, and we serve micro businesses and informal workers or independent workers. And I want to start by giving you a sense of how huge this is in the region, right? Like 9 out of 10 of our businesses are micro businesses, are micro, small, and medium enterprises. So these type of businesses are giving the region 1/3 of the GDP. This is huge. But still we are seeing that there is a gap of funding. It's around 1.4, 1.5 trillion. And there's where we saw the opportunity on understanding how we can serve this population, that it's the engine of our economy, with credit. And to get there, we needed, of course, the digital infrastructure. So there's a really big penetration of, for example, digital wallets. Even Tigo, as a telecommunication company, is adopting digital wallets inside the company, right? So we see that each country in the region has its own big wallet, usually owned by a bank or a telecommunication company, where right now the adoption is at 43%. Before COVID, it was 11%. So you can understand how it increased the penetration of digital payments. This is key if we want to improve in lending. Like, we need first that layer. We need the layer of using a mobile phone, a smartphone. Then we need the layer of let's make digital payments. Still, cash is our king in the region. It's 70% of our transactions happen in cash. But the digital payments are extremely important, and we see a huge adoption there. But still, we think that there's a gap on how, on top of the digital payments, we can start adding more layers of financial services that are around lending, are around insurance. This is also a big opportunity in the region, how we understand insurance for these micro businesses. So there's where we see the opportunity on how we can add more layers, being financial services, but also being digital tools that could be AI, of course, that support these businesses in how they manage their everyday accountant, for example, or their everyday management of their employees and the business. So there's where we see the gap still happening.
Let me follow up on that, because this morning I think I shared with you that Minister Riquelme showed a ratio of how many small companies in Paraguay have a bank account. He talked about 476,000 small companies, out of which only 15,000 have a bank account. And he said they released a certificate, whereas the tax national unit can testify or actually acknowledge that these companies exist and these companies are well registered. Would things like this help accelerate the adoption?
So, well, I have a controversial kind of opinion. I think we don't need we need formalization, of course. Like, we need businesses to get more formalized. But I don't know if the formalization is what will lead them to acquire more technology or to grow. I think growth happens first, and then happens formalization, because when we want to push formalization, sometimes we break companies. So we need to offer services even if they're not still formal. That's my opinion about it, yeah.
No, makes sense. So let's move on to a different topic within the same, let's say, family of things. What makes these opportunities scalable? So I'll first ask Jacqueline from Ericsson. As networks become more software-driven and data-intensive, what capabilities do you think are now essential to scale digital services and AI and its uses, not just opening the business, but at scale?
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Sergio and IDB, for this invitation. It's a pleasure to be here with my colleagues in the panel. I'm also glad to be here in the year that Ericsson celebrates 150 years globally. over 100 years in the region. And in this sector, you must keep innovating, right? And what's next? The next wave of innovation has 3 pillars: AI, cloud, and connectivity. I just came back from the Mobile World Congress in Barcelona, and AI was everywhere. But there is no AI without connectivity. So as Ericsson, we integrate these 3 pillars, these 3 technologies, into a platform that can promote growth and innovation. Coming back to your point in terms of scale. So what is the next step then? How can we scale up this opportunity? It's an open digital ecosystem. And we had the pleasure to recently announce the Trusted Tech Alliance, Ericsson plus a group of 15 companies from over 10 countries that share common principles. For example, transparent corporate governance, resilient and robust supply chain. And this brings this open digital ecosystem. Those companies, they have different portfolios, they come from different countries, but we are working together on this to promote trust and continue building this open digital ecosystem. So this would not only be available in one place, in one sector, one segment, but could reach everywhere, bringing impact and growth.
Thank you, Jacqueline. Thank you. I'll move on to Nicolas Arechaga, who's an entrepreneur expanding the opportunities within the data centers world. And Nicolas, this is clearly a new horizon. And the question is, are there new or different ways for data centers to be designed, to be financed, and to be valued today? What's your view on that?
Great, Sergio. Thank you for the question. I think we live in a time now that the hockey stick just became, per day. Like it's not about like a matter of years or a month. It's like every day we're just insane growth. So what it changed fundamentally now for data centers is that the asset is not any longer a real estate asset. You just have a warehouse with machines. It's actually an integrated platform, right? So you have fiber, power, and the chips, right? Literally from power to chip. So how do you underwrite the risk of those assets? Now it became more challenging as well because we are not talking about like a few $100 million projects. You're talking about a few billion projects. Stargate, for example, which is done by OpenAI with Oracle and Crusoe, is a $500 billion project. We had the opportunity with my partners to go and visit that. It was insane, the magnitude of what they're building, megawatts and gigawatts in a couple of months. So that is coming. It's actually already here. And to go back to your question, I would say in terms of like valuation and underwriting the risk and being able to be ready for this wave, we need to have like 3 main optics on the matter, right? So one is, of course, power is the main thing. You need power to sustain this. What kind of power? And I think we all agree here in South America, we have the greenest power in the world. Fiber, thanks to our colleagues here, we are really well connected as well. Of course, it can be improved, but we are already connected to the world. And the third one is geopolitics. So geopolitics plays a huge role here that is a big elephant in the room. Nobody normally likes to talk about, but we have 2 options. We know this either east or west, and we need to make sure when we build this infrastructure, we are ready, to sustain the different investments that we need, to support different platforms that are available to build the infrastructure for AI. Because once you build this infrastructure, coming back to, square one after deploying billions of dollars is a bit difficult, right? So I think in terms of like investment, it's important to have those three, aspects to consider when you're building that infrastructure.
Let me follow up on that. How relevant, you mentioned the East or West, but how relevant it is, the agreement between countries on who is going to govern data to see these projects coming to life, understanding that it's not the same thing if you're talking about the data center for compute power or for cloud storage. So
Yeah. So data centers like basically are you either have cloud or now AI compute, right? Cloud is like everything we consume, like YouTube, Gmail, and all the other services we're used to use, right? But now with compute, it's actually processing power. It's you're basically the actual change is not called data centers anymore. Jensen just like to call it now is AI factories. You are producing tokens, and those tokens basically are intelligence. So basically, you have a training layer where you train the models, the foundation models. And then on top of that, you add the data of the companies, the enterprises, to be able to train the models with your data. So then you can use the inference models to basically, chat with them and ask them how you can improve your services. So going back to the point of like, how do you make it in a way that is available to everyone in a region like here, for example, it's important to have data sovereignty. Of course, it's not going to be a question of like, one country is better than the other one. All the hyperscalers are the Googles, the Microsoft, the Metas of the life. They're all looking for places to deploy it. It's not a matter of like who is going to win. It's going to be Paraguay or Brazil or Argentina or Chile. Everyone needs to coexist together. It's going to be sovereign deployments in each country, but then it's going to be as well, share, capacity. Because at the end of the day, this is power, this is fiber. So you need to be able to have share load that is able to grow the whole industry. So I would say we'll see a lot of sovereign deployment. Data sovereignty is really important, is key for nations, but also as well it's important for nations to share a common framework that everyone can grow on top of that.
thank you. Voy a cambiar de tópico, vamos a hablar de...
Changing topics, let's talk about constraints. We'll go back to Roberto. Roberto has a very large network carrier in 12 countries. You have a very important role, and you can share with us. While there is a lot of demand, not everyone has broadband. What are the constraints? Are these economic, operational, market constraints? Because in some way, these constraints are slowing down the adoption of technology. And thank you, Sergio, for that question. Very good question, by the way. And first, beyond constraints, what we see is opportunity. We were talking about this, uh, about the importance of talent, the digital skills that one needs in order to invigorate that technological development that we're experiencing. Um, an issue that ties into that, going back to Paraguay, is that we have very clear idea on what mobile services are used for and how many people use that. And when we look at young people, we see that 1 in 10 have access to a phone, but only 2 out of 10 use them for educational purposes. And I think that's a key piece of data. How do we speed up technical know-how in order to make the most of that opportunity? That's the first point. Second, how do we work together, which is why I welcome this event. The public sector, the private sector should work together uh, with institutions like the IDB. In fact, we signed several agreements in Salvador, Colombia, Paraguay with IDB Invest. I think there's great potential there to continue to develop that ecosystem, the public sector, the private sector, institutions like the IDB, because what we are experiencing today, uh, data growth will be exponential. And in order to meet that demand with that digital highway, we will need a lot of investment and a lot of collaboration. I'll close with this. It's going to be very important for us to make sure that this works so that we can get the investment that we need to develop the infrastructure, the technology, so that we can truly capture the economic and social value so that we can make the most of this opportunity. Great. Thank you very much. Going back.
Talking about constraints, we tend to believe the access by micro companies to financial services is kind of slow or limited. So the question is, what can fintechs like Kipu do to accelerate that, not to accelerate that restrictions, to accelerate the incorporation? And what are the barriers? Because you said you don't believe formalization first, grow later. So the question is, even without formalization, what can be done, and where do you see those restrictions?
Of course, yes. So coming back to the formalization topic, because that's really important to frame what we can do, we need to understand how it looks like, right? And microbusinesses are, most of our economy in the region, 60% is informal. This means it's informal workers, companies that are non-registered or don't have a bank account. So that's the way in which we work. And that's why I was saying it's not bad per se. Like, we need first to grow it and then to formalize, to grow the economy and then to formalize. And from our perspective in Kipu, we understood how informality works. And we understood that informality, as it is, we call it hiding in plain sight because they are the engine of our economy, but we don't understand informality because there's no data, right? That's why it's informal. We don't know how much is transacting, where is selling. It's usually happening in a way that is not on financial statements or on bank accounts. That is how usually banks are used to read these kind of businesses. So first we said, okay, we need to understand how they work, and we need to understand right now, of course, also using all the data that is available, what's happening in their everyday lives. So we are using AI actually in the underwriting process to assess their risk. Because if we assess the risk as we were used to from banks looking at the credit bureau, then most of them will be rejected. But if we use live data on how you're using your phone, how you're using your digital wallet, how your business looks like, your social media looks like, then we can have a live monitor of your financial well-being and be able to say, okay, who should get a loan or who shouldn't get a loan, but not just looking at the credit bureau. So that was like one of the opportunities that we are seeing, is how we capture different type of data, how we create models that are looking at non-structured data. This means from social media, videos, like things that usually were not in a financial model. And how we can partner in a way with banks to, improve that way of looking at the micro businesses. So we see that there's an opportunity there, like on how we start also. We call it the hyper-personalization of the loan offer. Not every micro business or every consumer needs the same type of loan. So we need to be able to, in seconds, say, this is the type of loan that you need. The same as in our Instagram, we receive all the time marketing because they know us, they know what we like, they know what we're looking for. It should be the same in financial services. And there's where we see opportunity on using AI, using the digital infrastructure that is already there. It doesn't matter if people are in the informal economy or formal economy, they are using their phones, they are using digital payments. We can get more data right now. And there's where, using AI is super powerful because now we can scale it. So we see that AI could be making businesses more efficient, could be also scaling loan operations in a more efficient way, but also could be more inclusive.
Very interesting, these variables that you're using. I remember that back in the day, we had worked at a different institution with people who had not changed their phone, and people who had not changed their email address are less likely to default than people that do. which is part of what you're saying. But we wanted to ask you two follow-up questions very quickly.
Yeah.
The first one is, how about the performance of this portfolio using the criteria that you use? And number two, from 1 to 10, what is the number of AI-based decision-making in your overall decision-making process? So to what extent AI is the driver of your decision, or you just started to use the tool to become more efficient in the way you do your business?
No, it's 100% AI. So we started as an AI company. We started gathering this type of data and giving loans ourselves, really small loans of $10, to understand which data was predicting or not default. So it's 100% based on AI. It's, as I was saying, it's automatized decisions in seconds, right? And then in the performance, we started serving users that were rejected by another financial institution. And from those users, we approved 20%. And we had the same default rates that they were having with their approved users that were being assessed from the credit bureau. So we see that it could be a healthy portfolio. And what it's doing is basically improving the access. So it's making the percentage of approvals higher rather than lowering the default. It might have the same default than the other one.
Great, great. So let's move on to the future, the next 3 to 5 years, because probably that's what we all care about the most. And I'll go to Jacqueline first. What do you think will separate those that succeed from those that don't? In terms of markets, countries, segments, to what extent do you think we are at the moment where we can already define what it takes to succeed?
Thank you for your question. So as mentioned, one of the pillars of the next wave of innovation is connectivity. And 5G is key in that regard. And we are glad to see that in many countries across the region, they have concluded or they are in the process of concluding the 5G auctions, because this can escalate the benefits of the technology. There is a next step, which is the 5G standalone. And this can leverage all the capabilities of the technology and support the growth and the future applications for that. It's important to remember the benefits of 5G. Economic growth. We estimate by 2030, 5% GDP growth for Latin America based on 5G. Part of that is due to the private networks that can foster digital transformation across different sectors, from mining, agriculture, Industry 4.0, public safety, and so on. Also sustainability, because 5G can reduce by 20% the emissions, also by 2030. And we should not forget digital inclusion. And this needs a collaboration between the public and private sector to check the best public policy that can foster innovation based on dialogue, public consultations. And it's very good that in the region we already have good examples from this. So a couple of 5G auctions that happened in the region, they shifted from spectrum fees to coverage obligations. It means reinvesting into connectivity from Brazil, Peru, and others are adopting that. And also some universal sectorial funds from Costa Rica, Argentina, and other countries that are allowing to reinvest into connectivity in remote areas or to connect schools. So those models, they can foster growth and innovation. Another pillar that is really relevant, and Roberto mentioned about this, is the digital skill. So it's the ability to implement that technology. At Ericsson, we have some partnerships, and about 2 years ago, we announced a partnership for a 5G university in Brazil to support the digital transformation across industries. And this would increase the capabilities of the countries and has potential to scale. So we estimate about 30,000 people trained per year in this regard. But as already mentioned, all of this also need an open digital ecosystem. So this is key to promote the next steps of the innovation and to have the ability to scale, to bring all this growth, all those benefits for digital inclusion to sustainability and economic growth, not only to Latin America, but to support the growth and the next wave of innovation.
So thank you, Jacqueline. You mentioned the opportunity with 5G to grow more, and you also mentioned the need for an open ecosystem. Do you see companies, sectors in general within the digital transformation, let's say, ecosystem, cooperating enough, discussing what needs to be done, what are the common grounds, or that's not happening yet?
That's a very good question. So one recent example that we are proud to be part of is the Trusted Tech Alliance that I just mentioned.
Yeah.
So that's 15 companies. And coming back to the example of the Mobile World Congress in Barcelona, it was very interesting to see from last year to this year what changed. I think last year AI was more like a hot topic, whereas this year you could see AI on the ground. So real applications from telemedicine to education, entertainment, industry, so across different sectors. And the companies, they have different roles. So each one has a different portfolio, and they need to complement each other. And this is why we need an open digital ecosystem, because if they are not collaborating, how can we leverage this opportunity to achieve those benefits?
Great. Thank you. Nico, back to you on the again, 3 to 5 years from now, what do you see the next wave of opportunities? And it doesn't necessarily have to be different than what we see today, but we are thinking of the intersection of infrastructure, data, AI, you name it. I'm sure that there are many more terms that I should use to add to that intersection, but what will determine where capital goes to, and how can countries benefit from this new wave of money coming to data centers?
So I think it's great to think like to put it at scale. When we say of cloud or ChatGPT or AI, we think it's on our phones or our computer or whatever. I think just to give you a perspective, it takes like literally planes, a lot of infrastructure chips to be shipped across the world to be able to deploy these things. And in terms of power infrastructure, of course, we are talking about billions of investments. So we have the opportunity as a region to transform our whole economy in a couple of years. We're talking about the size of the GDP of a country. So Paraguay is close to 50 billion. That can be deployed in less, like almost a gigawatt of investment. So can you imagine a GDP of a country in one investment? We're talking about 120 hectares, 1.3 gigawatt of like a project is our project right now. We're talking about close to 15% of the country's power in 120 hectares with potentially 50 billion of investment. So it's to share the investment. This is not just here. I mean, it's happening in the Middle East. So, in the Emirates, they're doing a 5 gigawatt data center. Target is a couple of gigawatts as well. There are incredible opportunities. We as a region, we should harness our resources to be able to participate of this economy. You have two options to participate. You either have the money, the Middle East have the money to participate in this economy. We have the resources, and we need to be clever in the way that we structure this. So policy is important. So having the buy-in of governments to understand how to participate within the economy is really key. Also, how to be sustainable in the way we participate on this economy is key as well. Because as well, we said, okay, we're going to run out of power. We spend all this power on these things. Demand is going to keep growing. It's not going to stop because we can't go. So we need to use this opportunity, and it's what is happening in the United States. They actually use the resources, and the private sector started to improve the transmission lines, improve the power generation. So it's important that we are able to capitalize, the revenues they will bring for different governments in the region to improve our capacity. Not just let's wait until we can improve and then, no, it's really, the growth comes first and then we follow. But we need to have the framework for that. So in a way, I would say that it's key that we get ready. I mean, I'm really impressed how governments, I had the opportunity to work with different governments in the region right now, especially in Paraguay. It's impressive how, they're really keen to understand and move forward and to bring that industry into the country. So that's important. And just to put some numbers again, we're talking about in the US right now is 5 gigawatts of bottlenecks of power. It's expected to be 100 gigawatts in the next 5 years. That's 3 years actually, was 70 gigawatts is all spending on data center infrastructure. Last year was 180 gigawatts, and now the pipeline is 370 gigawatts. So we're talking about not megawatts, gigawatts, okay, just to make sure how many Itaipus is within that. So we need to be ready. Power is key, fiber is key, and geopolitical alignment is key as well. Again, it's not going to be one winner takes all. It's a matter of playing together and be able to work together to make the infrastructure happen.
How relevant is it for the energy to be available at a known price in the long run to decide these projects? Because I know that there's been news in Paraguay in particular with PPAs that now can be signed up to 15 years at a pretty reasonable rate. Do you think that brings more projects to Paraguay?
For sure. So having the ability to access power now, nobody else has that. So basically to access a megawatt is close to 3 million per megawatt. So we're talking about jumping head start. We're building a 300 megawatt substation right now. That's less than 50 million. If we're gonna build 300 megawatts of that in the US, it's gonna be close to $1 billion. So we are already $1 billion ahead on CapEx. On top of that, if we add the CapEx as well, the OpEx as well, that we have a lower OpEx as well, we are really ahead of the game. But of course, we need to market ourselves better and we need to work together. It's not about Paraguay or Brazil has hydro and Argentina has wind and the other ones have other resources. We should combine all of them because of course when we combine them, we are able to use the load from different resources in a more efficient way. So, and they're all we're gonna have demand. It's not gonna be like, oh, we're gonna go here, and we need to be connected to play as a one team in the region.
Roberto, nos comentaste antes del panel.
Before the panel, you said that one client was asking you to provide more than many times what the country capacity is currently. Well, what is happening in Paraguay because of the platform providing connectivity and digital infrastructure, which is what we do. Just to tell you, we have high volumes of traffic in Paraguay, and Nico knows this, but there was a proposal to go to even 3 times more during the first phase, so 3 times more than the current traffic in order to meet the AI demand.
That says a lot about where we are, I guess. So let's wrap up. I think it's time to move on to the next sessions. But to do so, let me just highlight a few things that I believe stuck with me and I believe are relevant for all of us. First, clearly digitalization is a fast way to raise productivity. For Latin America and the Caribbean, this is not optional. It's a development imperative. We heard a few examples on where we can see concrete benefits. A rural family or a family living in rural areas without access to education because their connection or their phone is not the proper one. Or telemedicine was mentioned also by Jacqueline. But we also have smart grids. We have automation in manufacturing. We have remote control of crops, sensor for machinery that needs preventive maintenance. And all of that needs probably 3 things: capital, talent, and focus on scale. Because I think that's the way we can prioritize what makes sense. And we all need to focus on projects that are relevant, ideally bankable, and replicable. And that's where IDB Invest can come to play and become a partner of the private sector, because that's what we want to do and that's who we want to be. The question is no longer whether to digitize, the question is how fast and at what scale. So with that, I want to thank my panelists. Really, really appreciate the effort to be here. Some of you even had to run in the last couple of minutes before making it to the panel. But it's been great experience. I hope we continue in touch. And with that, we can move on to the next session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sergio.
Thank you to all of the panelists for their valuable contributions. Remember, you can share the event on social media using the hashtags Reuniones Grupo BID y IDB Group Meetings. I would like to take this opportunity to let you know that you can download the IDB Group Annual Meetings app available on Android and iOS. Through the app, you can follow the event live, access the detailed agenda, and stay updated on all forum activities. You can also register through the app to participate in the private sector networking session located near the registration area. Thanks again to all of our panelists. We're getting ready. We would also like to invite the audience to explore the different spaces prepared for you. No me corta. Bueno. Our next panel is titled Investing in Innovation, Challenges and Opportunities. Let's begin. Please welcome our moderator onto the stage, Graham Macmillan, CEO of IDB Lab. Welcome, Graham. Joining him are Jazmín Gustale Gil, co-founder and managing partner at I Think VC Paraguay. Welcome, Jazmín. Bianca Martinelli, general partner at Alexia Ventures, Brazil. Pablo Zamora, president of Fundación Chile. Graham, the floor is yours.
Muchas gracias. Good afternoon. This is a tough time. People are going to eat lunch or have eaten lunch, going to the meetings, but you've actually chosen the best panel, and you just haven't realized this yet. The reason I can say that is because my colleagues here are the ones really doing the work. They're the ones on the front lines of investing in the leading enterprises, the leading entrepreneurs, and the leading ideas that are going to change this region. And as the CEO of the IDB Lab, I couldn't be more excited than to hear their story.
Thank you.
We had a prep session in advance of this panel, and it was a dream prep session. Because all you had to do is say 3 words, and they went. They knew exactly what to say, how to share with one another, their own experiences, the things that they're seeing. And so my hope is for today's panel, we'll just repeat what we went through in preparation for this moment. So again, my name is Graham McMillan. I am the CEO of the IDB Lab. As you have heard and may know, the lab is the leading edge of the IDB Group's effort to find and identify and support through investments and grants and technical assistance and capacity building the region's leading entrepreneurs with the solutions to address all of the challenges and opportunities that exist here in the region. And I'm particularly excited to bring investors and entrepreneurs on this stage to help them tell their story and the story of the companies they invest in. So with that, are you ready?
Yep.
We're good. Okay, let's go. So I'll do a quick intro. I'm going to ask each one of you to tell your own story. Better to have one tell their own story than somebody else tell your story, okay? So we'll start here. Yasmin Gustal Gil is the co-founder and managing partner of I Think VC here in Paraguay. Yasmin, please share with our audience a little bit about you and your story.
Gracias, Graham. I'm so happy to be here. Welcome to Paraguay to everyone. So my name is Jasmine Gustale. I am Paraguayan, as you can hear. 4 years ago, with my co-founder, Juan Cruz, we founded I Think VC to invest from Paraguay to Latin America in emerging ecosystem, in companies, in startups that are from emerging ecosystems. So we are very happy to be here. Thank you.
Hasbin, thank you. A terrific partner of IDB Lab. And we'll speak in multiple languages, so make sure you have your devices if you choose. To Yasmin's left is Bianca Martinelli, who is general partner of Alexia Ventures in Brazil. Please.
Thank you so much for the invitation, Graham and the team at IDB. It's my first time in Paraguay also, so I'm extremely happy to be here. I'm Brazilian, based in São Paulo. My career really started as an ecosystem builder at Endeavor. I worked for 12 years in the organization and had been interacting with IDB for a long time. We've been partners for a long time. And then I went on to become an operator at a SaaS company back in Brazil, doing international expansion. That has truly been the focus of my career around all of my career has been building bridges and expanding organizations. And that is really the lenses through which I sit today as a general partner and investor at Alexia Ventures. We focus on writing checks to founders from Latin America, building artificial intelligence native companies that can grow global.
Very, very cool. Way more to come in
Yes.
both of your stories. In our anchor leg, because feels like a relay race, no? Pablo Zamora, who is the president of Fundación Chile, among many other things, as I understand. Pablo, maybe share your story and then we'll jump in.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenas tardes. Gracias.
Hello, good afternoon, and thank you to the IDB for the invitation. I'm Pablo Zamora, president of Fundación Chile. I'm also the current director of Banco Estado, the public bank of Chile. My career has been in the field of science and biotech. I have founded companies. So I'm trained as a scientist, but I transitioned from the world of the bench to the world of IP, then to company building, and now I'm in the supporting governments area. I'm supporting public policy and innovation development and investment. So I publicly thank IDB Lab for a partnership with Fundación Chile. We were the first hub in the region working with Fundación Chile and with the government. So I've gone from the bench as a scientist to now being an angel investor and working in the sector.
I forgot I forgot to tell that before I think I was working at the Ministry of Finance and the Central Bank here in Paraguay. So I was behind the scenes with this annual meeting, so I know how to feel to organize this big meeting and how big it is to do this in Paraguay. So I'm very proud to.
As you should be. And of course, thank you to our hosts, the Paraguayan government. It's been a tremendous first day, couple of days, and very proud to have a Paraguayan here on the panel, which reflects in so many ways the lab and our history. It's a long history, as I've learned. I'm, as you can imagine or may know, only 2 months on the job in this role. But I've been a partner to the lab in many other forms for many years, and I now, there's a 30-plus year history, and there's all manner of different partners that the lab or the MIF has worked with, FOMIN, and I could have been in one of your seats myself in whatever form, but what drew me to the lab was that history of belief in an idea, belief in the crazy, a belief in the risk, ensuring that you have the tools and the support, and it's an intangible value. Just like the entrepreneur. Now, a successful entrepreneur, at least commercially, there's valuations, and that matters. If you're an investor, you want to make sure that your numbers are right and you deliver, and that's what you'll tell us more on. But I'd actually like to start maybe, and have Pablo go, and we'll go this way. Why do entrepreneurs matter? Why should we care about entrepreneurs?
Centrarse en el...
When you focus on entrepreneurs, there are good reasons to do that for a few reasons. Number one, it's because entrepreneurs and entrepreneurship can provide solutions more quickly to society, more quickly than anyone else. When I was a scientist, I would see my patents would come out in the most prestigious magazines, and I had to generate social or economic impact, even if it was very urgent and needed. I lacked the ability to have that kind of impact. So entrepreneurship is a way to mobilize society in economic terms, in social terms, and in a region like ours to help talent to take that accumulation of know-how on the public sector and get it to have impact in society. So it's not something that you only look at from economic terms. You also need to have a social view of it and to show how the world of knowledge and the world of business can come together in order to have a positive effect, a solution that these investors, which end up being entrepreneurs, that they can put out in society.
Absolutely.
Pardon. I actually love this question so much, Graham. Thank you for starting with it, because I think it sets the tone for our entire panel. We're all here because, of course, we want to generate returns, but more than anything, we do what we do because we believe entrepreneurship is a catalyzer in many ways. My own journey really started, and I think Endeavor had a crucial role in this, in the lenses through which I see the world, when I realized the power that entrepreneurship has in something called economic development, right? The importance of you to actually teaching how to fish and not only providing, the fish, and ensuring that from an innovation standpoint, from an employment standpoint, you can actually multiply that success. That impacted me right away when I started working at Endeavor, and I knew that whatever I would do in my life, it would be in different chairs, but surrounding entrepreneurship. And I think the other aspect besides the economic development piece, it's truly inspirational and cultural. It's the impact of a role model. Whenever you see an entrepreneur building something that is huge, that is impactful, that can change people's lives, it's impossible not to get inspired and say, you know what, if that person could do that, I can too. And the moment I started dealing with this, that's the thing, it's kind of a bug that hits you and you say, it's impossible to get away from this environment where innovation, where, hope and opportunity, because we know we're living tough times, right, in the world right now, and of course we have to acknowledge it, but from a day-to-day, when we see entrepreneurs surpassing all of the obstacles, it gives us hope for a better future.
Yasmin, before I turn to you, one of my favorite conversations I had about teaching a person how to fish, and that expression is in entrepreneurship, in the work that we support, it's not only teaching them how to fish, it's teaching them how to develop a company that catches fish markets it and brands the company and trains other people how to fish.
Yeah.
And that's kind of
A lot.
the through line. So I appreciate your comments. Yasmin, your perspective on why entrepreneurs matter.
I'm going to turn it into Spanish. Pero dos cosas.
Two things that are really my passion in this world. First, it's 3:30 or so this afternoon. Think about everything you've done today. All of the apps that you used, the question that you asked ChatGPT, your email, the WhatsApp, what you had for breakfast today. Uh, all of the companies behind that and all of the companies that have an effect on our daily lives, that happens because of entrepreneurs that maybe got started 10, 15 years ago. As Pablo will tell us the story soon. But these are companies that transformed our lives, that make us more productive, efficient, inclusive. All of that was through entrepreneurship. Another analogy I love is that large corporations or even the government, it's like a ocean going sea liner. It's gigantic, but it gets to shore, to a port, and it can't get all the way to the port. They need smaller boats to offload passengers or cargo. There's no point to being there without that for a government or large corporation. And that's what entrepreneurs are for. They're more nimble, they move more quickly. That's how we should look at it.
I'm inspired by your journeys to take the risk of trying to invest in entrepreneurs, in entrepreneurship and innovation. Being the crazy entrepreneur with the wild idea that has a restless passion to solve problems is a very special skill. And being an entrepreneur is vital to the dynamism of the region and developing these solutions. Is one, as an investor in entrepreneurs, even more crazy?
Yes.
Yes? Why?
Yes.
Please.
Yes, because especially when you start this for the first time in ecosystems that there is so many less angel investors, so many little angel investors, or so many, there is not ecosystem. So
In Paraguay especially.
In Paraguay. So we focus investing in entrepreneurs coming from Ecuador, Peru, Bolivia, Paraguay, and Uruguay. And we started 4 years ago with this fund. Actually,
Tell us about the fund. What stage, how much capital?
Yeah.
Are you raising capital now?
Yeah, we invest in early stage. We focus we are agnostic when we invest in terms of we invest in all verticals because we want to look for the best entrepreneurs on those 5 countries. So we have 20 investments in the fund 1. So we have 1 more investment to do. This is the last year. So all entrepreneurs, raise your hand because we are having the last, and we started also to do follow-on investment in the.
And your equity.
Equity.
Series A, seed.
Equity. Pre-seed.
Pre-seed.
Seed. Pre-seed and seed.
Perfect.
Seed. And now we are raising fund 2 to do a double down on those 5 ecosystems. You know that 5 ecosystems have that like 10x in terms of number of startups, in terms of VC investment. So back then when we started, that was 5 years ago, when we started was only 2% of all the VC in Latin America, Spanish Latam, and now it's 6%. So look to this small ecosystem because are growing a lot.
Juan Pablo, your journey in becoming an investor, what is your perspective on the opportunity, the discipline that you've had to bring into that is special?
Creo
I think that my journey is perhaps a little bit unlike other normal entrepreneurs. As a scientist, I had to create a company, grow it from 3 to almost 1,000 people. It became a unicorn. We invested almost $500 million in order to raise $500 million in a global network. By the way, with Endeavor's support, we had to have a really clear idea of how VC works, of what kind of VC I want to be, how I want to treat entrepreneurs, what's the lead time to my response, how I will provide support. So the way I approached investment really has more to do with the pain that I experienced as an entrepreneur, because I've had experience with good venture capital and bad venture capital, and not everyone in the investment world will empathize with the person on the other side of the table, the entrepreneur. I had come from the United States with my two partners. I was a professor in the UC system in the US. Another one was a Harvard professor. I said, let's go back to Chile, start a company. And my colleagues and I had a good reputation in the United States. And the fact that we were in Chile, that was enough to make it so that people didn't trust us. And there were no successful case examples at that point. So we had to go out to the world and talk about our idea, which was to have deep learning and apply that to massive feeding systems. And there were large venture capitalists in Asia and the United States who believed that we couldn't do what we wanted to do in Chile. There was a lack of trust in local capital markets. This is more than 10 years ago. And there was no belief that the talent in our countries would have the skill it needed in order to create a global company. So we had to do two things. First, in order to raise 400 million, you have to pitch to 50 VCs throughout the world in order to get to that amount. Then second, you need to be able to convince them that capital in Chile makes for a good investment because of its cost, because of the talent, because of the network, and because in Chile we're a small market. It's well ordered, and when you have empirical evidence in a small orderly market like ours, that can be scaled up to more competitive markets like the US, perhaps Mexico, Japan. And so to answer your question, what I learned as an entrepreneur made me realize what kind of investor I want to be. And I was very poor before, and I couldn't do this before, but now I'm on the other side of the table, and I personally look at the founders of a company, the team, the technological disruption that comes from these companies, and the ability to scale that up, especially when it comes to relevance. The relevance of the solution for me is very important. So I'm very picky. I'm very picky when it comes to picking a company that beyond the yield, it's about having a solution that society urgently needs, which is why I'm into technology, climate change, agriculture, human health, because this is something that we all share. And when you work together, you get a solution that gets faster to the market. As an angel investor.
With me, my own journey was, I was on the other side of the table for half of my career. And when I decided to go to capital allocation, it was because I didn't want others to suffer like I had suffered. What you shared resonated with me. Bianca, does that resonate with you?
100%.
I think maybe?
100%. I think we're so aligned in this panel. I love hearing all of your stories.
We have to disagree on something.
That's true. No, but honestly, so I always say I started my career doing, venture capital without the capital. It was 2007, and what I was doing, choosing founders to supporting them, but without the capital, was truly a lot of what I do today. And I think what I have come to understand throughout my journey as an ecosystem developer and as an operator is really the role of capital in actually fostering those journeys and how important it is. I myself also never thought, oh yes, sure, I will become a capital allocator. That was not my main motive for becoming a GP at a fund. It was truly the impact and the role that I would have in changing those lives and those economies. That has always been my drive. But to your first point, Graham, which I love, if entrepreneurs are crazy, if we are crazy of doing this, I actually think entrepreneurs are contrarian by nature, and they need to be, and I actually always love that. When I started working at Endeavor, coming out of business school, everyone was saying, Endeavor, what are you doing with your career? Because no one knew what the organization really was. And when I come back to Brazil, 12 years later, when I was living in the United States, it was mind-blowing to see the effect that it had had in the ecosystem from a cultural standpoint as well as an economic one. And now as I build Alexa Ventures with my partners, it feels so much like a startup. We are founders ourselves of this startup that is backing the new generation of founders from Latin America. Actually, even coming back to Latin America, because I was living in the United States, which is a much more developed world, but to have the courage to go back to my country and say, look, I'm going to build those bridges from Latin America to the world, that was also contrarian. And from a VC standpoint, from a venture capital standpoint, that's where alpha really is. That's where we'll get the better returns. When you are seeing something, potentially some other people are not. So I love that, and I love that, you know, we can talk more about the ecosystem and how we're seeing it. But I myself, I am an optimist about what we're living here in terms of talent, in terms of access to capital, in terms of what technology is allowing us to do. It's incredible. Latin America is not behind this wave. Latin America is building with the world at the same time, and that is massive.
Now, I'm going to actually come right back to you, Bianca, on maybe a more specific question, but for those of you who are not familiar, and I would hope most of you are, Endeavor is one of those organizations that has created a generation of talent that learned that ecosystem of talent and intention and discipline and focus and repeatability has led to countless people out in different regions around the world doing the very thing that you're doing. And that matters. So it's the investment in the discipline with the term sheet and the cap table and the side letters and all the attorneys, of course. All of that discipline and investment matters, but where that talent comes from an ecosystem. And Endeavor is an interesting example of how you emerged out of one of those ecosystems. But I'm going to drill down into something that I think is part of the narrative. Truth or fiction? I don't know. I will ask you. Liquidity paths. Latin America, there's energy, there's opportunity, the time horizon, so exciting. Technology is, but as investors, they want their money back. So where does the liquidity come from, especially in venture?
Yeah. Well, I'll start with where I think money is flowing in. And I think right now, more than ever, money is flowing into capital efficient business models with good unit economics. And never have I seen in my almost 20 years of working in the region, never have I seen so many interesting opportunities to investing across all verticals: agriculture, energy, as Graham said, fintech. So many fintech opportunities. We're becoming a very important role model. Brazil in particular is being very pioneer on so many fronts. So it's been amazing from a deal flow perspective, right? But venture capital works in cycles. And so liquidity matters because you need to actually recycle that capital to be able to continue investing in the region, and that is crucial. And that is also the very important role that organizations such as IDB Lab perform for the industry as well. From my perspective, I think when we talk about liquidity paths in Latin America, we have to be very real about what those mean, really. And I think we have to talk about M&A opportunities and secondaries as a very important opportunity to generate liquidity for the region. I'm optimistic because I was checking some stats, and just last year we had an increase in exits of the rate of almost 180%. So I think that it's actually improving year over year. I do believe in the next 2 years we're going to have much more. We're seeing there is a Kaufman Fellow. I'm part of this fellowship that is pretty much Endeavor for VCs. There's a Kaufman Fellow from Chile who's based in Mexico, Antonia Rojas, who created a fund only focused on secondaries, meaning buying shares from other funds and providing liquidity to the sector. That is crucial. We need more of that. We need more structures that can allow for that liquidity instrument to be taken in place. Another very important player in this ecosystem to generate liquidity is corporate venture capital. So corporations are becoming more and more in depth. They're going more and more in depth in pretty much investing, building open innovation, getting closer to the startup ecosystem. And I would say, of course, it's great to think of, the Mercado Libres, the Nubanks of Latin America that are important role models and have IPO'd, but that will not be the route of most of the companies from the region. I do believe that secondaries in M&As and corporate VCs are going to play a very important role in that.
Can I add something?
Please.
When you ask to an American investor, to an investor from the US about liquidity, the first time he or she thinks is about IPOs.
Yeah.
IPO. So in Latin America, there is no liquidity because there are no IPOs. Actually, only 2% of the exits in Latin America had been through IPOs. 2%. 2%.
So you're saying that's a low probability?
That's a very little probability. And I agree with Bianca that here is M&As and secondaries. And this is part of the curve of where we are as an ecosystem. As a regional ecosystem. So now we are seeing more funds focus on secondaries, more family office corporations opening their corporate venture capital, opening their new business model. But I think this is also a job that I think that IDB Lab should focus more is we work with a lot of investors that are corporate and most of them have big new business units and they are opening this new business, but then you check and you talk to them what they buy, what they're interested in. It are more like real estate things. And then you ask, did you see this tech company, how well it's doing? This is the revenue. Did you check? And they don't know how to do this business. It's not because they don't want. It's like it's so far away from them. So there is a job to be done, especially in emerging ecosystems in Latin America.
Juan Pablo, please.
No, gracias.
Thank you. I agree with Yasmin and Bianca, but we do have to recognize some facts, some realities. First of all, our venture capital market is so much newer than a long-standing one like the U.S. So to compare liquidity from our market with markets like that, it's completely unfair in terms of timing. Second, capital availability. In Latin America, there's less availability of capital and financial flows that would lead to liquidity. What governments need to do is attract investment funds that have experience that can help our local investment funds do a better job to invest better and to apply better practices so that we can get liquidity like we see in other more competitive markets. Chile deployed an enormous effort, a program to attract venture capital to Chile. It's called Startup Chile. And that's when we realized that our entrepreneurs did not know how to build global companies. They were basic investors. They weren't investing in technology. Now, Startup Chile has been around for 15 years, and the transformation in Chile has been flawless. We've had more than 2,000 companies created with enormous economic impact, and that was through incentives from this government policy to create companies. We have worked with 82 countries. Many of them operate in Chile, and they engage with our entrepreneurs to look at how to attract global talent, how to work with investors to create companies, put together an advisory board, how to make sure you get the right talent. And so, because we are late to the race, there are a bunch of things that mean that we have to be smart about getting competitive. And now we realize that despite the fact that private equity, at least in Chile, has moved into venture capital, but they came in with a private equity mindset. So they're not really doing real VC. They're doing deal done, and we need to change that, and that implies a cultural change. So 4 years under the Boric administration started working to attract international funds to give them tax incentives so that they can co-invest with our funds, and our funds have access to a different style of management, cutting edge, top level, and now the first investments are happening in Chile. They're using our funds, and our funds are now competing in the global economy. So there are actionable items that can be promoted through industrial policy, which leads to greater maturity for our entrepreneurs, our VCs. And what I'm asking for is that we start to develop the strength that we need to have specialized the VCs. Many in our region are agnostic when it comes to this, and the pipeline is not sufficiently large. In Chile, we have about 2,500 startups that are well established, raising capital, And since 3 years now, we have three tech funds. We have accelerators in tech. We have specific investment funds in food tech and ag tech. Not all of these were created in Chile. Some of them came from the outside. We brought them in, set them up in Chile in order to start investment in that sector. So I believe that the right public policy can promote markets and segments, and that increases confidence in the market. We don't have interventions as we had before with the sovereign funds, all of that. So it's not just a matter of will and having VCs do a better job and entrepreneurs do a better job. Rather, what we need is an incentive so that the structure, the innovation ecosystem that's based on venture capital, for it to come to a stage of maturity, which means getting private equity to move into VC, to change the mindset toward VC, to get good practices in VC, to attract talent and have the multipliers for the region. Juan Pablo, can I just share with you Endeavor, when Startup Chile began, I can tell you how powerful that was, because all entrepreneurs wanted to go to Silicon Valley, but with this, and many of us from Latin America used to talk about that. No, I'm going to Startup Chile. I'm going to Chile. And that led to a cultural exchange. And I really agree with that role. When you have infrastructure beyond public policy, where central banks or governments are involved, as is happening in Brazil, when everyone is supporting. It's very interesting when it comes to Latin America's financial architecture, as an example. But what the Brazilian central bank has done now, which is to ensure a real-time payment structure, that changed the way finance works in our country. Just to give you an idea, VIX, which is this real-time payment infrastructure, it has more than 16 trillion in transactions, 7 times Brazil's GDP. So I'm sorry, I switched to Spanish without even noticing. Sorry about that. Just putting on my previous hat as a policymaker.
Risky and contradictory to do that kind of public policy. So it's giving the money of locals like Paraguayans to other people, foreigners, to come to the country. So it's crazy. And now after 15 years, you can see the impact.
Right.
And it's amazing. I had been going to Chile in the last 15 years, and I could see also the difference.
It's a government venture.
Claro, sí.
Quiero agregar un dato que para nosotros es muy importante. La economía.
This is very important for us. Startup economy, the scale-up economy, for a long time, that was hidden away in Chile. The economy was moved by large corporations. There was an underlying economy there, and we had to, in fact, generate data, which is what we did in Fundación Chile, where we showed that between 40 and 50% of new investment comes from of new jobs rather come from our companies. When transnational companies drop off because of the pandemic, when there's layoffs in mining, that employee base in Chile, they don't want to go to well-established industries. They want to start their own company, and they want to work in startups and scaling up. 50% of the workers in startups is a very strong signal that we need to continue to push in that direction.
One of the studies I read, I think it was a year or two ago, by McKinsey Institute, talked about the relationship with startups and small but growing businesses with large companies. That is an ecosystem as well. Putting aside corporate venture, where these larger companies, whether they're domestic or multinational, what role do they play in your strategy? Obviously, there's potential secondaries and all of that, but it is an important relationship that they are symbiotic often.
Es la columna vertebral.
It's the backbone. It's very important.
I'm also the president of the Paraguayan VC Association, and we do a lot of effort to bring the corporations into this world, because otherwise you go to the same event, you want to do all this impact, but it's always the angel investors, the VCs, and the entrepreneurs. But these companies have the ability to buy things from the startup, to learn a lot from the startup. And we are not going to make the difference in an ecosystem without the corporations. Actually, in the last 2 years, 25% of the VC investment in Latin America had been through corporations, CVC investment.
25.
And 25%. And before it was only like 14%. So this has been growing a lot, but I think there is a lot of job to do.
And, and talent's probably a part of that too. Bianca, please.
Talent, you said?
Yeah, from the companies where.
Yeah. Absolutely. I was just going to add, and I was going to mention a conference that I attended at El Salvador from IDB Lab as well, in which I saw.
Well, I guess we did pay you sort of.
You are not here anymore.
The Get Forum, I think, is what you're referring to.
Because the other player I think is really important in this ecosystem are the family offices, single and multifamily offices, but there's a very important educational process to them because they're learning about how to invest in venture, and they ask us a lot. As a GP, I hear so many LPs, mostly from Brazil, we want to learn. How do you pick the best companies? What are the sectors to really look into? What will AI do to different sectors? So they rely on us as partners from an educational standpoint. And what I saw IDB doing in El Salvador, which I loved, was this gathering of family offices so they could really discuss their role in the ecosystem. I think that is crucial, and education is really key here to allow us to mature as an ecosystem in Latin America as a whole.
And that is one of the, I think, special attributes that the lab has and has had, is that flexibility to bring communities together, experts together, networks together.
Yep.
And I think that the next Get Forum, which will be next year in Ecuador, or this year, excuse me, yes, will be in Ecuador, and we invite you all to attend because you've met 3 amazing entrepreneurs and investors here. Multiply that by 1,000, maybe not quite 1,000.
It was amazing. I really recommend. Yeah.
October 6 and 7.
Oh.
You know more than I do. It's amazing.
In Ecuador, we invest there, so we have to know.
No, it's an amazing event that we are very excited to produce. Let me ask you before we start to come in to the end of the session. Our previous panel, which we kind of heard because we were preparing for this one, talked about AI. How is AI impacting your day-to-day, your strategy? Is it augmenting? Is it disrupting? Is it enhancing? What is it for you, Juan Pablo? Maybe we'll start with you and work this way. Is it scary? Is it exciting? Is it everything?
Well, as a scientist, I worked with AI back in 2010 when I was teaching in the US. The first AI company was deep learning, machine learning, and all those combinations that seem minor today but were quite sexy back then. 2014, 2015, and it was quite disruptive at the time, and it made us more competitive. My company became the leading food company in the world. We went from 0 to $600 million in 2 or 3 years because of an innovative model. We got our investors to understand our technology and what we were doing with it. We had an impeccable IT portfolio that blended AI with food products. So we did a good job, and that same company today, I don't think would be as successful because we've come to a saturation point. So there are very few elements. I think to stand out in AI, you need to be in control of technology. And I think we were smart because we developed our own technology, our own databases, our own line connection data points. And when you work with AI and you're adding value using your own knowledge and you're not just following the wave of what is happening on the market, which uses AI as a commodity, codes are commodities. So it's really hard to see companies that are fully disruptive unless they're, one, AI developers and others that use a different approach, a different way of using AI, one that is unique. We have students in Latin America developing AI and apps. So coming out with just one more app or one other predictive algorithm in the region, when we don't have the computational capacity we need, many companies are falling behind when it comes to quantum technology. I think that we then become technology users. We do contribute to the economy, but we're not going to be the protagonists. We're not going to change the economics of our sectors. And I think that is significant. Recently, I worked with many countries in the region launching TAN-GPT. It was in Chile about a month ago. For the first time, the entire region agreed. We had more than 80 regional institutions spanning Caribbean, Mexico, and all the way to Chile, provided data that do away with the biases of the global north, which determine the predictive models based on the data they use. So we used our own cultural database, our own biodiversity, strategic minerals. If we mine our own data, plus we use a specific AI approach, that will benefit the region. If we don't take that approach and continue to be users, we will be the last train car. China came first, the US came first, Asian countries followed, and then we were just observers. So we're not going to be on the front line. That's going to be a problem for us.
Fascinated by AI, and I would say I think each and every one of us needs to embrace the technology. It is happening. It is here. It is going to reinvent the way each and every one of us work, period. I think we need to be proactive and we need to embrace it. From an investor standpoint, I fully understand and appreciate your point on Latin America in comparison to other regions, but as I said before, I'm beyond excited about what artificial intelligence means for Latin America. I think it's actually providing the ability to close infrastructural gaps that are long-lasting. And I think we have so much talent in the region from an application layer. We're talking here in Latin America and the Caribbean, I would say, on the application layer, that's where at least Alexa Ventures is very focused on investing in the new generation of founders. And we have outstanding talent that now has access to capital, because capital and talent now they're decoupled. You have access to capital globally as well. And the bar to actually be able to produce incredible companies from a technological standpoint is, lowering. What you need is what I think we have so much as Latin American founders and executors and operators. We know how to deal with chaos. We're very resilient. We're very good in human relations and communication and being, very, very approachable. That's the Latin nature, and I think that puts us in a very important competitive landscape position in the competitive landscape from a competition standpoint. More than that, I'm excited that we're seeing more companies from Latin America to build to the world. Right? Like you did, like you're doing, So I feel like this is absolutely inspiring. And the final point I will say, just for the legacy software companies in our portfolio at least, it's absolute sense of urgency to make sure that your company is AI defensible and AI compatible. It's really important to move that direction.
Does that resonate?
No. Yes, but I want to add something. Al mismo tiempo que
while you have the capacity to work with technology to do something that's cutting edge, Paraguay, Chile, Brazil, at the same time you have a competitor in Silicon Valley or New York doing the same thing. So it may have been democratized, but now you can have 8 or 10 scientists doing that using the same technology and making $20 a month, or actually it's many more to build an AI company. But obviously it's democratized and you also have capacity, but there's also competition and you can't overlook that. I agree. Thank you.
Minutes left in our session. Self-serving question. If you were in my seat, not literally, but if you were the new CEO of the lab, what would be your number one priority as a partner, as an investee, as a grantee? What would you say is your number one priority? Maybe Yasmin, and we'll go the other way. And weave in a final word for our audience that you would want them to remember you by.
Yeah, we talk about that main priority today. I think it's liquidity. Liquidity, how can you bring more liquidity into LATAM? And we have to be very creative. We have been very creative in the last 20 years developing the ecosystem, but there are so many things. You have governments at the same time sitting in IDB Group, so this requires very creative solutions.
It's design, it's policy, it's all about focused liquidity.
Like, for example, a stock change of 5 countries at the same time.
Ah.
Creating like IPOs,
Yeah.
but
Sure.
in some stock chains from Mercosur, I will be open. These kind of things. Yeah.
Change. What is the one thing you want our audience to remember? You, Yasmin.
Look, these small but big countries that are in Latin America, because they are growing a lot and there are great opportunities. So if you want to do an angel investing, look for Paraguay, look for Ecuador, Peru. If you are creating a fund, look in this frontier ecosystem. There is great Brazil and Mexico, but look the growth of these small ecosystems.
Which can suit venture very well. Bianco, what words of advice, what would you do if you were in my shoes, and what is the one thing you want our audience to remember?
I think IDB Lab has a very important role in ensuring capital continuation for the journey of founders who are building the next wave of technology in sectors that are crucial for the ecosystem of the region. In particular, as we go back to AI, what's happening in terms of predictive analytics on rare diseases, or the ability to actually provide very, curated learning journeys for people across different nations and across different access, right, socially. I think that is huge. I think the technology is there, and I think there are incredible people in the region building. I think IDB Lab has a role to play in catalyzing that capital even further. And I'd love to be remembered as what is the legacy I want to leave behind, building bridges and putting Latin America at the center stage of the world. For the next, I would say, 2 to 5 years, we will see global companies coming out of Latin America building world-class companies, not only for the region, but for the world.
Fantastic. Juan Pablo, you can wrap us up with your inspiration, but before you tell us the one message, please share with me what would you do if you were me?
If I were you, Graham, the first thing I would do is try to build a regional agenda that helps us understand the strengths that we need to build in the region collaboratively. Then I would speak to IDB Invest and say, give us $1 billion for a fund of funds to trigger the VC funds that are aligned with the regional development agenda. And then I would put together a series of financial instruments so that the companies receiving funding could then access different instruments to make them global. So just 1 billion, that's all. A message for the audience, I would agree in that Latin Americans' talent is crazy. We have indicators for PhDs that are excellent, also for scientific development. We need to convince the corporate world, and I hope they're listening, that they need to trust in local technology, that they don't buy proven technologies from other countries because we have the capacity to develop what we need given our markets. Distances are shorter, the resources are there, the talent is there, and we need to tell our leaders that innovation and development agendas should not be politically driven. We need to look 20 to 30 years into the future.
Just one final comment to say thank you all for joining us. It has been my personal and professional dream to work with people exactly like you. People have asked me, why would you come to IDB Lab? I don't have to say anything. I just let my colleagues speak for me. And so it's been an honor and a privilege to hear your perspective.
Thank you so much.
The inspiration is intangible value, but the delivery of results with returns and liquidity is tangible value. So thank you so much. Thank you all for joining us. Enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you, Graham, and thank you to all of the panelists. Thank you so much. Well, now we invite the audience to explore the different spaces prepared for you in the main hall of the CONMEBOL Convention Center. There you will find a data wall on Latin America and the Caribbean, presenting key figures that illustrate the reality and potential of our region. The Ministry of Economy and Finance Museum, featuring historical documents and collections highlighting key moments in Paraguay's history. Also, an immersive experience showcasing projects from across the region, combining sound and visuals that transport visitors into each initiative. We encourage you to visit these spaces during the event. Remember that you can download the IDB Group Annual Meetings app, available on Android and iOS. Through the app, you can follow the event live, access the detailed agenda, and stay updated on all forum activities. You can also register through the app to participate in the private sector networking session located near the registration area. Our next discussion is titled Strategic Infrastructure, Investing in Competitiveness. Now let's please welcome Elizabeth Roberrechts, Managing Director, Infrastructure and Energy of IDB Invest. Welcome, Elizabeth. It's a great pleasure to have you here. Joining Elizabeth as panelists are Sandra Maynard, Pro Vice Chancellor of Global Affairs from the Institute for Development Justice from the University of the West Indies. Fernando Ruiz de la Torre Esporrin, Country Manager for Paraguay and Uruguay, Grupo SACIR España. Luis Núñez, Fund Partner, Global Infrastructure Partners, BlackRock USA. And Rogerio Tavares, Vice President of Institutional Relations, IGEA Brazil. Thank you all. Elizabeth, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So it's 4 o'clock. Everyone's a little tired, but you are the lucky few or solid group that has stayed for the most interesting panel of the whole day. So thank you so much. Congratulations for that decision. We've been talking a lot recently and in this annual meeting about data centers and AI and the changing technologies. Well, we wanted to reserve some time to talk about things like roads and hospitals and water and sanitation services and education, all of these kind of fundamental infrastructure that is so crucial to competitiveness and to productivity in the region and the work that we're doing. And these are investors that are responsible for billions and billions of dollars of investment every year in the region. So we really are pleased to have you with us today. The region faces a very significant gap in infrastructure, and that's something that's been discussed quite a bit. This $2.2 trillion deficit, this is a calculation from IDB, that's needed by 2030, which would be about 3.1% of GDP of the region annually. And there's this persistent deficit in infrastructure investment. And we saw some statistics when we were walking onto the stage, but to give some quantification of that gap, the OECD and the Pan American Health Organization show that we have about 161 million people that lack safe drinking water, and more than 330 million that lack safely managed sanitation. A lot of big disparities between urban and rural citizens. In the case of health, we have about, in the region, 2 doctors and 2.1 hospital beds per 1,000 people, compared to the OECD averages of 3.5 doctors and 4.7 beds, which constrains capacity, constrains productivity, it constrains people's well-being. Education, there are significant gaps in learning assessments, indicate students in the region perform substantially below OECD benchmarks, gaps equivalent to several years of schooling that limit their skills and long-term economic dynamism. And why do we care? It's sort of, I guess, not super exotic, the connection between these things and the impact that they have in the region and why we at IDB Invest focus on them so significantly. But just to give one concrete example, we had a signing today of a transaction, a ceremony for a transaction in Rutas del Este here in Paraguay that we did with SACIR. And this is the expansion to the Rutas 2 y 7 here in Paraguay, that's going to save every single car 25 minutes in transit. That's a massive savings in just overall time and efficiency. So this is really important. And what we also want to make sure that the private sector understands is that these are opportunities for investment. It's not just, there are gaps and the public sector has to figure it out. The public sector has limits in what it can do, and they're more and more drawing on the private sector to help address these issues, finance, operate, and control these infrastructure gaps. So this panel is bringing together experts with different vantage points, investors, operators, leaders who will share their insights regarding turning these infrastructure opportunities into real projects that can be scalable and have lasting impacts. So I'm going to begin now with the discussion. I thank you all for being here very, very much. Fernando, this is going to be a multi-language, so start up your translators if you are using them. One of the points that we often hear investors talking about, and I certainly understand this, is that they're eager to invest, and there are not a lot of bankable infrastructure projects in the region, not enough. SACIR is obviously one of the largest and most important developers, construction companies, operators of the region, all over the region. From your experience delivering projects, what differentiates a project that actually gets built from one that sort of stays in the pipeline and doesn't quite make it to fruition?
Hola a todos, buenas tardes.
Hello, everyone. And thank you, Elizabeth, and thank you to the IDB and IDB Invest for inviting us, for inviting Sacid, and also for having us on this panel. Thank you to my colleagues and to the audience. So what sets apart a project? What makes it work and actionable so that citizens can benefit rather than having projects that are filed away for years and cannot be implemented? I would say that, like almost everything in life, it's about preparation, getting ahead, and anticipating conditions. And the first I would say is bankability. Bankability and the best bankability possible. Investors look for clarity. They look for assurances when it comes to recovering funds invested in building assets. So it's important for a cash flow to be secure and clear, to have credibility and also have reliability in that regard. And for that, it's better to be able to recover the debt and as opposed to projects that have a demand risk, like highways and tolls. And when the risks are present, it's important to have measures to mitigate them. So bankability is the first thing I would mention. And then it's also important to, from the very beginning, have clear ESG criteria and parameters. That's going to offer a twofold advantage. First, that's going to improve interest rates, and it's also going to make it possible to have a better integration of the project with both environmental and social aspects in society. So that has an impact on the society and community's reaction to projects. So they need to have information, they need to be a part of a conversation and to be engaged in the preparatory phases. Another thing that has an impact on project selection is the allocation of risks. If there's multiple risks and if they're allocated, like for example, buying land, getting environmental, architectural, or design permits, it's important for all of these risks to be clearly identified. And this makes it possible for the risk to be assessed and mitigated. Private sources of funding are ready to accept risks, but they have to be properly mitigated. And one last thing is that when you have long-term projects and contracts with 25 or 30-year terms or more, it's important to have evaluation clauses that envisage potential future events that are not foreseeable and which may have an impact on demand in the long run. Some years ago, we were in lockdown mode for a number of years, and that, I think, has led to significant changes in the demand we see. We have airports built under PPP systems that now, because of demand fluctuations, have no passengers. So it's important to have mechanisms that provide for redress, for corrective measures when situations change in a way that is unforeseeable when the project is being designed. Thank you. That's very interesting and very pertinent. The bank clearly agrees with everything you said. I think it's also worth mentioning that the IDB Group is interested in support that. The IDB team working on PPPs, on developing solid projects to finance and build. And we've seen that in Paraguay and in other countries as well. Luis?
GIP, and of course BlackRock in general, is a massive regional investor, global investor. You have very broad expertise, experience in other countries. Where do you see opportunities in the LAC region? Where are you deploying capital and where are you not, and why?
Bueno, buenas tardes a todos. Elizabeth, muchas gracias.
Good afternoon, everyone. And Elizabeth, thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you to the IDB. And also thank you for my colleagues on the panel. Thank you for being here. Before I answer, I would also like to thank the IDB team because our experience as originators and financing sources of infrastructure in Latin America has found the IDB to be our major partner, not just in the diversity of currencies, lending in dollars and in local currency, with the capacity you've developed, but also because of your team of the individuals who have been there to support us so that we can continue to inject liquidity in the region, so that the major sponsors like SACIR who believe in the region are in a position to finance its projects. And not just the projects, they're in a position to provide subordinated liquidity, which enables them to invest in other projects as well. We're very much aligned with the IDB's philosophy. We believe that you need to leverage the existing capital. But our experience with a structuring team and with IDB Invest management has been outstanding. So I would like to recognize that. In the case of GIP BlackRock, the question would be which sectors do we lend to and which do we not lend to? We are present in a broad spectrum of areas, and I think that the only one that is not of interest is the penitentiary sector. Everything else from 3Ds, decarbonization, digitalization, and demographics, we are there. Also, everything that has to do with data centers, generation, transportation, infrastructure, water. So we are involved in all sectors. But in that context, it's also important to understand that we have different types of liquidity pockets. We have the investment grade liquidity, which is long-term, fixed rate. Sponsors don't have to take on floating rates that may change in the future. And what we generally need is for the country or project to have an investment grade. If that is the case, and then we'll explain why this constrains the region. Then we have other portfolios that are more short-term, but where we don't mean to compete with banks. We're not trying to crowd them out. We rather would like to provide liquidity to investors by providing subordinated funding or mezzanine financing. So it's a sector that commercial banks do not lend to because of existing regulations, but it's important for shareholders. So we have 5 to 7 year funds where we are subordinated to the project debt or to other senior loans the sponsor may have. So we work at that level too to bring in that liquidity angle to projects.
Gracias por las palabras sobre.
Thank you very much for your comments on IDB Invest. That's what we want. We want good partners in the region to coordinate with you in order to increase your impact.
Digitalization, demographic change, those three trend-setting things that are, changing infrastructure investment in the region. Those have been really helpful for me in terms of understanding, different types of things that are pushing the investment. Let me move now to Rogerio. Rogerio, in the case of IGEA and really the water sector in Brazil is a bit of a case study of success in many ways. There's attracted a significant private investment, with IGEA being a clear leader in this area. What have been the factors that have driven this growth in the water and sanitation investment by private investors in Brazil? What have made these projects truly investable?
First of all, good afternoon. I would like to thank the IDB for the invitation. I'm going to speak in Portuguese because instead of combining Portuguese and Spanish, I don't think that's very successful. So I'm going to speak in Portuguese. It's easier. Brazil, in its water and sanitation sector, is experiencing a very interesting moment where there's a lot of investment taking place. And that basically is due to the fact that there is a regulatory framework which is clear, it's predictable, it sets targets for universal service, that provides more legal certainty for contracts when public-private partnerships and concessions are involved. So in 2020, there's a key report that led to a watershed moment in the sector. We have developed contract models or formats that are very good. These are contracts that provide peace of mind for the operator as well as for the investor, because they normally have a well-defined risk threshold, mechanisms that are agreed to on economic terms, and that provides a solid foundation for investment for everyone. In addition to the contracts, we also have operators that have the capacity to execute these projects. We include ourselves among that group. These are operators that have scale. You need to have scale. These are operators that have good access to financial markets and that are able to deliver what was agreed. So these are operators with full capacity to implement, and that is critical in order to get things to happen. These set of elements mean that long-term structured capital, or rather with long-term structured capital, with its arrival, then things can happen. Support for multilateral organizations like the IDB or IDB Invest, for us, it was critical. There was support for some large projects. There's still a lot to do. The IDB's participation in several funds that need to grow in order to capture more investment opportunities and reduce the average cost of financing. So we are looking at a very positive scenario, and that's why one can say that Brazil has managed to establish a model, a structure that combines sustainability, financial sustainability with social inclusion, which is a very important issue for us and for many countries in Latin America. Thank you.
No, I see this as being a good example of a case where regulation really has had success. There was a very ambitious goal set by the government of Brazil, and the program has been very successful. Obviously, Brazil has a certain scale that not every market has, but this is a model that, I think it's worth sharing and seeing how replicable it is because of the remarkable success that it's had in Brazil, and of course, companies like IGEA making that possible. Sandra, in sectors like education, which is, a little bit of a different model, right?
It is.
Projects can be smaller and more complex. You're dealing with a totally different set of actors and stakeholders. What distinguishes opportunities that can realistically, in your view, attract private capital from those that cannot? What are the critical elements to consider?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for inviting me. So it's a pleasure to be here, and to my fellow panelists. Education is one of those areas that has this perception about being about the public good, firstly. So often, Because there are uncertainties with regards to returns and bankability, as we've heard with all of my fellow panelists, a lot of investors tend to shy away from working in the education space, or private investors. They feel that often the complexities around accreditation and approvals, and of course often governments are the ones who have invested initially, and they support elements of education. So moving it away from that perception is often a challenge. So really what we should be looking at is reframing education as an economic infrastructure. Because by doing that, it allows private investors to see the benefit of investing. And how do we attract those? We've attracted you, thankfully, with the International School of Development and Justice. And that is really looking out globally, using technology, not only digitalization, but also using AI within that space to support learning. But I think that often the challenge is, when we're looking to attract investors, they've got to also appreciate that there is a long-term goal ahead in these areas, particularly in education. When you invest in education, normally you don't realize the returns for maybe sort of 10 to 20 years. I mean, I'm especially working in tertiary education, so you more than likely would see the turnaround a little bit quicker. But what we would like to see is the fact that private investors see the value in investing in their employees, the value in educating them, so that they can bring something back into that organization and benefit its advancement. So I would say we do have challenges with complexity around regulation. We do have those challenges around what would be perceived as bankability. Just remember that we can actually really significantly contribute from the education sector to where we see ourselves in the future in that global space.
And thank you for those comments. I think from the IDB Invest perspective, we see, education and healthcare there being a significant, there's obviously a significant role for the public sector, right? But there's also people who are being underserved and are able to contribute from their own resources to better healthcare, better education, expanding their horizons, right? And so if we can have private investment in that space, and it can be very innovative and can be very use of technology, and it's really a fascinating sector, we can have a very significant impact. And also related to new sectors, for example, mining, all the training that has to take place for some of these new sectors that are happening in the region, we also are trying to support that. So,
and can I add to that, Liz? What you'd said earlier, what I think is also important to consider here, is that when our private investors are looking to invest in education, remember to invest in that project preparation. That is really key.
Yeah.
So working with yourselves, for example, at IDB Invest, there has been time invested into that project preparation phase. So that then eases and gives more confidence to the investor about the bankability of the project. So you work with your education institution in that way and try to bring people together in groups in which they would work across larger sectors. And we've gone global as our first opportunity, and really support that. So key preparation, less emphasis on the regulatory frameworks that we would expect in business, but then to support the development of that project from the start.
Totally agree. That's the role that we want to play, for sure. Luis, I'm going to go back to you, talking about how we are attracting investors to the region, because that's really a key for this originate to share passion that we have. What are the key obstacles that prevent more private capital from flowing into these sectors that we're talking about today? How can they be addressed? Is there something that IDB Invest should be doing, or other obstacles that need to be overcome?
In our case, and this is specifically on infrastructure, there are very long-term flows because today capital markets, at least so far this year, there's been about 144 AREGs issued, about $65 billion in the region. That market is extremely deep. When we look at PPP projects in the long term, the main barrier for us is the project's rating. Because if the country has local currency flows, if it's investment grade, then the project can have investment grade from the standpoint of its structure, and that's very important. So we have to work, just like what Paraguay is doing a big effort in BAA in order to get sufficient investment grade. That will attract capital because that's capital at the best price, fixed rate, long term, which can be dispersed in not just a single issuance. For a sponsor, sometimes that's a problem because that leads to a negative carry when I'm financing a project that I need to disperse over time. So the traditional private placement there, what we do, it's more flexible for the sponsor's purposes. So that's one challenge. How do we make it so that countries understand that fiscal discipline to finance infrastructure through PPPs without fiscal expenditure, rather to have a third party do it, that can help the country improve its credit. That's one challenge. Another challenge is the countries that already have investment grade, that have that type of capital, make sure that they don't lose their investment grade, because that's something that we're also seeing. Because that's going in the opposite direction of what I want in terms of the capital needed to develop infrastructure. The other issue here is derivatives markets, which it's still too small in the region. So in order for us to hedge, some projects have local currency, and it's hard to do that. We also feel that governments could make an effort in certain PPPs to do what Colombia did in some projects, which is to provide some support in dollars. And the reason for that is that for sponsors, on many occasions, especially when you don't have long-term pension savings, you'll fall short when it comes to financing projects. Sure, they can do mini perm, but that's not ideal because there is a significant risk of refis. So we are working with local markets, as we've done in Colombia, where we have peso-denominated funds. And with the IDB, in fact, and we'll speak about this in a bit, we've been working with the IDB to create incentives for institutional funds in the country to get them to pick a fund manager that can run an infrastructure fund in local currency, to give them that option. Because when it comes to those funds, we're not competing with banks, because these are 25-year terms. So local banks can go 7, 10, 12 years. We can take on the back end, the longer term portion, and we don't have a problem with being subordinates when it comes to debt payments, where the banks would get the repayments first and we come in at the end. We have no problem with that, as long as the project has the credit worthiness, as mentioned by our panel colleague. Those are really the main challenges, but we are trying to develop a market for pension savings in the region, because it's very important for the countries that have it, be that Chile, Colombia, Mexico, Brazil, and the smaller countries that are just starting that, because there's a lot to finance, because we had the countries that were there before, plus Venezuela, plus Argentina, who has been neglected for 20 years. So the region's needs are going to be greater, and we need to make use of the U.S. initiatives in the hemisphere, where it's once again a priority for the U.S. government, because there was a point in time where we were not counting, but now we are. Very interesting. We obviously want to be involved. We have financial products to mobilize private placements and 144A in the region and local currency, and that's something that IDB Invest has been working to expand and build on.
In talking about the projects that Sasir has been focused on in multiple sectors, what makes these projects appealing to investors if they're looking at options that they have globally for investment? You know, what do you think that is attracting investors to these types of projects? How can these projects be designed to increase investor confidence?
Bueno, yo creo que hay que partir un poco.
I think we need to look at the umbrella term here, which is institutionality. That starts off with not just a regulatory framework, but before that, it's the country's decision to develop an infrastructure investment policy through PPPs. It needs to be clear in the long term. Obviously, that would be the result of a national infrastructure investment plan to select bankable projects and weed out the ones that are not. So institutionality needs to happen. It needs to cover many areas, but above all, you need long-term commitment from the countries. Obviously, that would address the country risk to attract investors, as Luis was correctly pointing out. You also need trust in the legal framework. In very long-term projects and contracts, there are moments where differences can arise, and it's important to have a dispute settlement mechanism that's well-defined, as neutral as possible. And as is being done in Paraguay, you need to work on prevention, monitoring the evolution of that project, because things don't always come out the way you expect. So you need to have a third party there to advise the parties to avoid a dispute. That's a dispute is always the last recourse, or rather going to court on a dispute is the last recourse. Another important lesson that we've seen in countries that have a mature investment plan for PPPs like Chile, we're starting to see contracts that are out for bids again after 25 years, and there are people in the country that were unaware of these infrastructures, what it was like before that, are now asking, why do we need to continue to pay tolls? Why do we need to build this hospital? So it's an important lesson for countries that are starting to come up with PPPs, investment plans. You need to have an open discussion with your citizens. People, I'm not talking about explaining technical complexities in a contract. I'm talking about explaining this in everyday language. What I was saying, you have road travel that takes an hour 15 minutes. In 10 years, that's going to be 25 minutes of travel. And explain to people that's going to be a great gain for your quality of life. That's for infrastructure. It also applies to people that commute on these highways. It cuts down pollution, traffic, noise. It's good to have that discussion with the community so that people can understand that clearly, and to understand what PPP contracts are, how they speed up the value that they provide the countries. And as people come into this over time, like people that start asking, why are we paying a toll when this was built 25 years ago? People need to know this, because that's where criticism comes up, where people are saying things like, well, I don't know why we're paying for this. So it's very important to have a discussion, to have an exchange with your citizens. That's very important.
What I see is, obviously, and we're more and more incorporating it into our daily lives at IDB Invest, is that the life of these assets is very long, and the investors change over the life of the asset. It's not the same necessarily investor at the beginning as there would be in year 15 or something. So let's figure out what's the best solution, and maybe there's a role for a development bank, or maybe there's not at each phase. But very, very interesting points. Igea, Rogério, turning to you, in the case of Brazil, Igea has successfully mobilized quite a bit of private investment for water and sanitation. What do you think have been the most important conditions from a regulatory or contractual market perspectives to attract the capital in the case of water in Brazil?
What I think is most important, well, to begin, as I said earlier, the regulatory framework which provides predictability and legal certainty. With that, things became easier. I think that's the core issue. When it comes to a development bank or a BNDES, the work that they do, which supported through templates for contracts, they did a very important work on that. At a very professional level, they developed contract templates for a variety of operations. There's a lot of diversity within Brazil's territory, and they were able to identify solutions, templates for bids, for PPPs, and they did it with great skill, which provided peace of mind for investors, allowing them to get involved in these processes. The issue also of having a well-developed capital markets, as is the case in Brazil, that certainly helped, because you obviously need long-term resources that you can normally get through a multilateral. The BNDES had some credit lines for this purpose, but if you need something that's maybe not that long term in order to do what you need to do. So capital markets today are quite welcoming to the issuance of notes. When all of this started, you could not issue anything beyond a 5-year terms, but today you can issue notes at up to 15, 20 years. And that changed because the idea is investing in water and sanitation is a long-term investment, and if it's well structured with good risk management, if you have mechanisms in place that allow you to rebalance contracts, these lenders, the banks themselves that operate in capital markets, they can do placements, notes that created another path forward, a very important one, which has created space in order to get the resources people need to allocate for all of these different projects. So a well-developed capital market is very important for us in Brazil. It is critical to bring together all of the funding that is necessary in order to make these long-term projects feasible. So that was very helpful. And just like a good regulatory framework, contract templates are also good. The availability of resources, market access. At the end of the day, you can get long-term structured capital thanks to all of that. I think we're in a very good place, despite the fact that internal interest rates are still quite high. The core interest rate in the country, if we get that to drop a bit more, then investment in water and sanitation, in infrastructure overall, that would be a lot easier.
The growth in the debentures market in Brazil has been just something like we I did a project there, I won't even say the year, but we provided a guarantee for a solar project for the debentures, and it was needed at the time, a guarantee, because a solar project was something so new, and we have raised the rating with our guarantee. It was great, but now it's totally not needed, and the investors are taking construction risk, and it's a really amazing the evolution of that market. Back to you, Sandra. In the case of education, and again, a very different market with a lot of challenges, and you're doing the work of some higher power in trying to educate our future, but what are the key obstacles, do you think, in bringing these projects to fruition in the education sector in terms of labor, regulatory?
Frameworks and so forth. Yeah, the key obstacles really is ensuring that we work with private investors to drive forward the way academics and institutions and educational institutions operate. Traditionally, I'm sure many of us here in this room, many of us watching online, have gone through the traditional route of education. You've gone up, you've got a degree, possibly a master's, some have gone to a PhD, and it's had a very traditionalist approach on its execution. What we need to look at is to draw in our private investors, look at the regulatory frameworks, look at the importance of governance, look at efficiencies that can be built into the system. So education and health tend to work alongside with each other. And what they both do, as we see, not only do they provide a social benefit, but they also need human capacity to continue to provide that social benefit to the community. So when we talk about what can work, and my fellow panelists have said that, we cannot go ahead without partnership. No one side can do this alone. If we want to invest in what is going to come along in our future, if we want to invest in our human capacity, and more importantly, we want to keep our talent within our respective regions, we should be investing in education. There's no other way. What's happening at the moment, and I'm sure many countries who are watching this have seen this, our educated go off, get their qualifications, and then they say, oh, I'm going to pop off to the global north, because guess what, they pay more money there, and then they do not really come back into the community and contribute to that circular economy in the same way. What we want to do is we want to work with education to modernize it. Let's work with innovation. Let's work with private investors to keep our talent within the region so that all the other industries will benefit as they continue to work from their space, but in a global space. Because there is so much talent that sits within our LAC region, and we're losing it every day. And one thing that we really need to focus on is investments in keeping our educated young people within this region, creating opportunities, and I believe that that's through education.
Very inspiring. Okay, we're going to enter the speed round because of my failure as a moderator because it's such an interesting conversation. But so in 1 or 2 minutes, Fernando, what are some financing structures or blended finance or partnerships with development banks that you see as most promising for mobilizing long-term capital for your projects? In 90 seconds.
Como bien has dicho.
As you have rightly said, given the PPP contracts, the terms, and which include construction risks, I think blended financing is most appropriate. You have the security of commercial banks, you also have the advantages offered by IDB Invest and the IDB, and then you have a subsequent phase where you involve institutional investors that have a more longer term horizon. So I think that that combination is what we are seeing in most of our projects because it is what gives you the best result with the best applicable interest rates given market conditions and the context in the countries. Also, as I said in my first response, it is essential to have ESG criteria. They have to be embedded in the contracts because they have to give you access to investors who are ready to lend at lower interest rates. Plus, you're going to bolster the social benefits associated with those safeguards. And as a conclusion, and I would say that Latin America and the Caribbean is in an excellent position to raise international funds long term on a large scale, provided that projects are technically sound, that they're financially predictable, and also that they provide socio-environmental benefits. So I think this is the perfect combination for our countries to continue pursuing their development.
And social component. Investors care.
90 segundos.
Yeah. Luis, are there lessons from other emerging markets about risk sharing or contractual innovations or pooled investment vehicles that you could think that Latin America and the Caribbean could adopt to scale infrastructure investment?
I would say that I'm not an expert on Africa or Southeast Asia, but when I've spoken with my colleagues who are, I come to the conclusion that Latin America is in a good position. There are 4 key areas that I think would help us improve our markets in the future. First, that you are a leader when it comes to AB loans. I think that product is a hit. Our investors are very happy to have the IDB involved in a loan for the reasons Fernando gave for ESG aspects and also because there is no withholding tax. So for the sponsor, I think that also is an advantage. Secondly, there's your capacity, the capacity you've developed to lend in local currency, as the IDB does, and I think that is something not all countries can access currently, but many of them are able to borrow in local currency. That's another hit. And then thirdly, we are working with the IDB's structuring team because we want to invite them to come in as co-investors in some local currency funds. Not as investors because that limits their lending capacity, but it's better to come in as a co-investor. And that complements the commitment our funds can make in a given project because the IDB can come in as a co-investor. And finally, I think there's something you are considering. I'm not an expert, but it's CLOs. And I believe the IDB has a sufficiently large portfolio to start looking at collateralized loan obligations and to sell tranches in different risk categories to institutional investors with a diversified risk in the region. Now, so not just geographically, but also by industry or sector. The IDB does not have to delegate that. It can still be the lender of record and also be part of the structuring of the operation. I think your portfolio size makes it possible for you to explore that possibility.
In terms of innovation in the water and sanitation sector, do you have certain operational data or predictive maintenance, automation that can reduce risk that will make investors, attract investors while simultaneously expanding access to underserved populations?
Well,
when you talk about technology, you need to look at predictability. And as far as technology and its use is concerned, we have an operational model that is based on automating systems, real-time monitoring, and data analysis. That applies to all the systems we use. It makes it possible for us to work on reducing losses, also to provide maintenance for the systems upfront. It's possible to increase operational efficiency which I think puts us ahead of other operators. And it's primarily because we have this technology that supports us. It is the link to operational efficiency. It is something we have worked on because it enables us to deliver the results, to achieve targets that are in our contracts, and that enables us to also reduce risks and attract investors because they feel confident about what we are doing. They can visit our operations and see what they look like. It almost looks like a spaceship and the controller dashboard because it's highly sophisticated.
Andrea the final word here
Break the rules a bit. You know, obviously all of these sectors require significant public-private investment. A lot of these projects start with public sector, a huge years of work by the public sector. In the case of education, what do you think are the models that can be scalable and still maintain, involving the private sector but maintaining this balance of equity and quality?
I think just when we're looking at private investment, we always look at, businesses always think, A, bankable, B, is it scalable? When we're looking at scaling it, a lot of educational projects and or health projects tend to be very small, dealing in specific areas, particularly if you're dealing with rural parts in particular countries. So just want to say to private investors, don't think it's not a bankable option. It really is. Look at aggregating this. Look at creating that network in which you can work nationally across that particular country and develop, whether it's village by village, city by city, and town by town. Think about how that model can be scalable in that way. And think about that PPP model. Don't be put off by the fact that there's a risk that governments may change, administrations may change, policies may change. And we all know that sometimes working with regulatory frameworks can be slower. But the fact of the matter is, it is still bankable. And look at it over a long-term investment. So those sort of, I would say, pension schemes that are looking at investments over that sort of 10 to 15 to 20 years, these are ideal projects to really support and develop. You get both social good and profit.
Yes. No, a very, very nice way to end the panel. That is really the message that, I really thank all the panelists so much. This public-private aspect of it, I think IDB Group is uniquely positioned to play an important role in that in the region. We have our public sector working on all of these areas, deeply connected to governments in supporting their initiatives, and then the private sector through IDB Invest and IDB Lab in investing in innovation, partnering with companies and universities to make these projects a reality. So thank you so much. Thank you to the audience. We appreciate your time, and we'll move to the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you all. Thank you, Elizabeth. It's time now, after taking this photo, to move to the final panel of the forum. Thank you very much again. Agribusiness and food systems, strengthening global supply. Let's begin. pleased to welcome our next moderator, Guillermo Foscarini, Managing Director, Corporates at IDB Invest. Welcome, Guillermo. Joining him as panelists are Rosario Bazán, CEO and founder of Damper, Peru. Welcome, Rosario. James McLetchie, President and CEO of Masi Group, Trinidad and Tobago. Luis Tejado, Executive Director of Prolade, Mexico. And Matt Simpson, CEO of Brazil Potash Corp from Canada. Welcome everyone. Guillermo, the microphone is yours.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you. And I want to start by thanking you for sticking with us at the end of the day to discuss the implications of the food system. It's 5:15, so it's a good time to talk about food. And also I want to apologize. You are stuck with an accountant by training. I'm an accountant boring accountant by training, so that likes numbers. So I'm going to give you three numbers: 15, 30, and 45. So Latin America and the Caribbean accounts for about 30% of the world's renewable fresh water, and accounts for 30% of the arable land in the world. The region produces enough food to feed 1.3 billion people, which is 2 times the population of the region. And while production accounts for 15% of the agricultural global production, Latin America is the largest net food exporter in the world, accounting for 45% of the global exports. That says something about the leadership of the region and the competitiveness of the region. It's a global leader in all types of agri-commodities, from soybeans to corn to beef, poultry, sugar, coffee, all types of fruits, fish, you name it. Latin America and Caribbean is the global leader in food production. In addition to that, the agri-food systems, and when we refer to the agri-food system, we talk about the integral value chain, from primary production all the way to trade and retail. And that involves also logistics, agri-inputs, and everything in between. So the agri-food systems account for about 20% of the jobs in the region. And it's an anchor regional value chain, shaping land use, ecosystems, and social inclusion. At the same time, the sector faces many challenges that are persistent and real. And let me give you 3 numbers: 33, 20, and 7. There are 33 countries in the region, in the Latin America and the Caribbean region, but only 20 are net food exporters. And out of the 20, only 7 in the region are exporters of staple food. Staple foods are mainly cereals that you eat every day. So there are huge disparities between countries. That leads you to food insecurity. The region has a deep and persistent food insecurity. About 30% of the region population faces food insecurity, and 40% of the rural population lives in poverty. Then we have to talk about climate and the symbiotic relationship between climate and the agricultural sector, because the agricultural sector is a contributor to GHG emissions, but at the same time it suffers from the effects of climate. And here in Paraguay, you know when the effects that climate can have, with the extreme droughts that the country has experienced. Hurricanes in the Caribbean are getting stronger, floodings in other parts of the regions. So El Niño, La Niña that affects Peru and other countries. So the climate effects are real and are here to stay. Then we're facing other problems like big infrastructure gaps and inefficiencies along the supply chain. Productivity is slowing. There is a recent flagship report from IDB that was published a few months ago that mentions that productivity at the farm level has slowed down from 1.7 historical average to 0.9 in the region. And then you have a change in market expectations. More traceability, more deforestation-free production that are reshaping the global landscape. But then there are also big opportunities. Rising population. As the population approaches 10 billion people, we need more food. Changes in dietary habits are creating more demand for fruits, for vegetables, for animal protein. More urbanization is driving also more consumption. Innovation is accelerating. I think we all know the value of data, the value of accessing data, new technologies, precision agriculture, climate smart practices, animal genetics, advances in seeds. Those are all innovations that are progressing at a fast pace. And then, as I said, value chains are evolving. And this evolution is creating new opportunities along the supply chain. So the challenge here, or the opportunity, is not that the region can feed the world. It already does. But the opportunity and the challenge at the same time is that whether the region can do it in a more inclusive, sustainable, and resilient way. And that's the challenge. And that's what we're going to be discussing today with our distinguished panels. So thank you all for being available to be here with us. Thank you for coming to Paraguay. A pleasure to be here with you. So let's get started. Now let me switch to Spanish. Rosario. You've been a long-standing and has sido Damper como fundador.
You've been a long-term CEO and founder of Dumper, one of the leading companies in Peru and a special client of IDB Invest. How does Dumper adjust to the changing market conditions and the growing demands from consumers, and how do you achieve value? How do you capture value given those market dynamics? Well, first of all, thank you to Guillermo and also to the IDB for inviting me to be a part of this very important forum. As President and CEO of Dumper, I would like to thank the IDB for being a strategic partner, a long-standing partner, which has been supporting us in our sustainable growth efforts, which has been generating both economic development and social development simultaneously. We've been working together for over 10 years, supporting all three sustainability vectors together: economic, social, and environmental pillars. The company that I have the honor to manage is a leader not only when it comes to quality but also sustainability. Globally, we have become a protagonist when it comes to food security worldwide, and that's because we lead the production of superfoods and also of fine fruits and vegetables. We are the main producer and exporter of artichokes, for example, and that's for the retail market in the US and Europe. What is interesting is that this sustained growth has been carried out working hand in hand with our farmers, providing them with technology and working with them on developing training programs. By doing this, we are contributing to the country's food security. As we know, in Latin America, small farmers or family-based agriculture is part of a subsistence agriculture system. As you said, Latin America and the Caribbean is the leading exporter of foods worldwide. It covers more than one-third of the food deficit. But there's also a contradiction and paradox because our region feeds the world, and yet it does not have its own food security. And that's probably because of this close correlation between poverty in the region, which stands at about 32%, and food insecurity. That is compounded by the negative impact of climate change, which threatens the stability of the food chain. Consequently, we need to consider geopolitical events, also the high rates of change in the markets in which we operate, also distortions when it comes to raw materials and logistics. And to boot, this is we're dealing with a global market that is constantly changing and increasing in complexity. So our consumers have access to a global market, and these clients can adjust where they purchase and also what they want to buy. They want healthy products that are residue-free, that are also traceable and sustainable. So given that, Peru has become a leading player at the global level. 10 years ago, we did not have a single kilograms of blueberries to export. And now we are the primary producer and exporter of blueberries around the world. And now we're doing the same thing with grapes and with other fine vegetables and fruit. That is why our agri-food and agro-exporting sector has become instrumental to generate economic growth and social development simultaneously. And in that context, the company I manage is one of the main exporters of food to the world, and we have worked on achieving vertical integration. And the idea behind that is to broaden our participation in the value chain. And we do this through our marketing companies in Europe and in the US. That is how we are capturing more value in the chain, which enables us to have a better understanding of what happens in the market and make adjustments and reduce our dependence on intermediaries and ensure quality from the field to store shelves and reduce the cost of the foods we produce. Given all of these challenges, the players in the global food chain not only have the challenge of finding ways to produce more, they need to produce more with fewer resources and also with a smaller environmental footprint. And they also need to find ways to be more impactful in their investments so that the financial returns are attractive and at the same time achieve a social impact without leaving anyone behind. Thank you, Rosario. We have been close partners for many years and have been part of the work you've done, so we're very proud of what we've done together.
James, you lead one of the largest conglomerates in the Caribbean if I'm not mistaken, 13,000 employees across different businesses in the food value chain. You sit at the end of the value chain and are looking into how to look at the other parts of the value chain in the food system. From the Caribbean perspective and your regional and global reach, looking ahead 5 to 10 years, what are the trends that you see, like trade integration, climate pressure, climate resilience, the use of technology, shifting consumption patterns? What are these global trends that are influencing investment flows into the Caribbean, and how Massey is capturing those opportunities?
Yeah, well, thanks for, one, I'll echo what Rosario said, and thanks for having us here. IDB has been a great partner of us over the last couple of years, and it's my privilege to lead this 100-year-old company into, I think, a very exciting frontier. If I think about just three things, you've mentioned some of them, right? So, climate. I think the climate conversation has to, while it continues to be an environmental conversation, has to be a cost of capital conversation as well, right? Because when you think about the implications of climate in our region, so for example, this year we had a Cat 5 that hit Jamaica. It's tough to be the CEO and sit and watch this slowly go across there and worry about your people. And what it does mean is that as we think about infrastructure and our businesses, we have to build resilient systems, supply chains that can withstand this. So it's no longer we have these shocks in the system. These shocks are going to come every year. So you have to build into that system, and the capital has to come, and the capital will price that resilience into the system. So climate is no longer just an environmental conversation. It has to be a capital conversation as well. And we will factor that into our cost of capital as we do business, because we want to build resilient platforms. The second trend that is real, and is very real right now, is just what's going on with trade. And trade is just being reorganized, right? I don't think global trade is going down. I think it's being reorganized around predictability, reliability. Let me put it that way. And what that means for the Caribbean is, I think there's a huge opportunity for us, because individually our markets on their own can be subscale. When you connect them all together, they can be a powerful, and that's how Massey thinks of it. 2 days ago on Monday, we opened probably the most advanced warehouse in the region, right, full of all the cool stuff, robotics and AI. But we're going to do that in Guyana as well. The intention is not to have two separate things. They're going to be connected to ensure that our supply chain, our logistics system is fully integrated, right? So the way we think you manage some of this changing dynamics around world trade is, if we connect the region, then the region becomes a predictable and reliable network. Investors like predictability and reliability. So that's point number two. Point number three, in terms of trends, I think is the one I get excited about, is technology. While it does bring some challenges, I think it brings a whole lot of opportunity. I think everyone on the panel spoke about traceability. I'll give an example, and for the people in my team who are here, I was in London at Whole Foods, bought a mango for my son for £10. A mango that, when I grew up in Trinidad, I probably could pick at the back of the tree for free. All I could see is margin, right? So I say that to say that the technology that will allow us to create a logistics system, integrated logistics system, a platform across the region that is reliable but transparent, but also traceable. And in markets like the Caribbean, we may not have the scale to have had huge volume, but I think if you can trace that mango back to really pure soil, whether that's in Trinidad or Guyana, you could put a nice little barcode on that and a QR code, and you could see the story behind that mango. You can get premium, you can get margin. So I think there's an opportunity in technology, not just for operational supply chain efficiency, but to leverage the opportunity around understanding the traceability of where these products are coming from. And the one thing we do have in the region, and you can see it in Guyana, you can see it in Trinidad and other markets, is we do have pure soil. And I think where we want to compete, and this is where Masi is now positioning, how do we compete to reduce the level of imports that come into the region so we feed ourselves? But I would argue there's a huge opportunity around lower volume, high margin, high quality products that we export into the broader market through a connected logistics platform.
Excellent. I like the reference to integrating climate into a discussion about cost of capital and the value of integration, because I think it's a valid point, not only for the Caribbean, but for all the region. It's about integration. And also the use of technology as a driver for achieving higher margins, more resilience, more sustainability. Let me turn to Luis now. Luis, ustedes en Prolade.
At Prolade, you are currently in a growth stage. It's a very resilient business. It's a commodity that can be a tough one. Speaking a bit about the financial instruments and how you have financed your project in Mexico, if you could talk a bit about the project, because it's a very interesting one. In your view, what financial structures or mechanisms are necessary in order to realize a project like yours with commercial farming that is sustainable, to do bankable carbon projects? Thank you. Well, we are in the palm oil business. We have about 5,000 hectares. The IDB's money is helping us expand to 6,000 irrigated hectares. Palm oil, perhaps not in Latin America, but in many parts of the world, it's a bad word. So getting support for this type of business is quite an adventure. And I agree with you, James, on two things. The first is that traceability is key right now. I'm not supposed to say this, just don't tell Nestle I said this, but Nestle is our main client. And the reason why they buy from us and why we have a almost $100 premium per ton on our product is because they know exactly where our date palm comes from. So that's traceability. Second thing that James and I agree on is that we like colorful socks, and that's the good news. But going back to the financial structure, a business like this one, the palm trees don't match in terms of private equity timing. They don't match up with the funds or with investors. There's only two ways of doing business in this industry. The one is to be fifth generation, as many people are in the palm oil business, where they have been accumulating wealth for 4 or 5 generations, growing bit by bit by bit. If you want to hack the system, which means starting off with a relatively large company, you have to search for funds. The first layer has to be equity. There's no other way around it. And then the problem is that conventional funds don't match the timing of the harvest. So, second, you need to find partners that can understand the business and that will hold. We had to do several rounds of private capital. Your first layer, however, has to be capital over a certain number of years. We added to that with a Mexican government agency, which is Fossil. They did put in venture capital, but it helped us from the equity standpoint. After that, what do? The next stage was blended finance. We did that with the IDB and with another bank. And that basically means it's a partner that understands the timing, understands that it's long-term, it's agriculture. Some things work out, sometimes they don't, but they understand that in the long run, they're going to get paid back. And that is a critical part of this. It's also important to have other sources of income. We're trying to do that through carbon bonds, using our biomass as a source of income, and that's worked out quite well. And then lastly, you have to change the mindset around the business. You need to provide peace of mind to your partners. We do drone overflights every 6 months over all of our orchards, and we show our investors, our lenders. Why? To show them that the palm trees are still there. Literally to show them that they actually exist. Because all kinds of things happen in this industry. So that provides certainty. So you need to base that project on traceability and sustainability. And sustainability is simply doing things well. So I think that's it. You need several layers, and over time, you change the layers. You go from equity to debt, blended finance, and then after several years, you can turn to commercial loans. We'll be able to get that. We're not there yet. Thank you, Luis.
Let me turn to Matt. Matt, you are leading a landmark project in Brazil about potash. Potash is a critical input for the global food system. And we have experienced, recent geopolitical and supply chain disruptions across the fertilizers spectrum. From your perspective, how are global market shifts reshaping these investment opportunities in fertilizers and inputs? And specifically for Brazil, what role can Brazil play in strengthening food system resilience worldwide?
So when we look around the world, things such as tariffs, wars, sanctions have caused massive shifts in trade flow, much as James has already said. Some countries like Latin America and Brazil specifically have really benefited, while others have been severely hurt by this. For example, historically, Brazil and the United States have been the number 1 and 2 exporters of agricultural goods to China, about $80 billion a year, which is absolutely massive. But last year, there wasn't a single cargo of soybean from the United States to China until October. All of that was displaced by Brazil. And as people are probably aware, the Mercosur agreement between several countries here in Latin America and the European Union was also recently signed. It's going to cut import tariffs by about 90% on agricultural goods. So this is likely going to mean even more supply coming out of Latin America. But this has also exposed a big fragility in that we have such a high concentration of the key fertilizers that are used to grow food. So when people talk about fertilizer, there's 3 key elements. There's nitrogen, phosphate, and potash. All 3 of them do different things. All 3 of them are required in different quantities depending on what the soil chemistry is and what you're looking to grow. But the concentration of supply has really exposed us globally. I mean, potash, for example, what it does is it strengthens the stem of a plant to help it survive stress, and it also improves the firmness and the taste of several different foods. It's a critical mineral, and it's actually formed by failed oceans. So just like it sounds, you really have this body of seawater that dried up and it left salt behind. So you don't have very many of these basins around the world, but where they do exist, they tend to be very large. So right now, we have an oligopoly on supply. We have Canada, Russia, and Belarus that supply 80% of our potash, all while Brazil is the world's largest importer at 22% of a $30 billion a year market. Brazil imports 98% of its need when it potentially has the second biggest basin in the world sitting in its own backyard, which is absolutely crazy. And when you take that a little bit further, when you now look at the war in the Middle East, half of the world's potash today is coming from countries that are sanctioned or at war. And that's led to massive volatility in pricing, where in the last 5 years, potash has hit a low of $280 all the way up to $1,200. So for the farmers, this is very disruptive and it's unnecessary. So in our case, we are looking to supply potash domestically in Brazil. This is not only going to be important for Brazil's agricultural sector, which is about 23% of the country's GDP, but it's also going to be important globally because Brazil is already a mega exporter of agricultural goods, about 165 billion a year. It has amongst the highest amounts of fresh water in the world. And what's really interesting is that Brazil can grow 2 to 3 crops a year, whereas most of the rest of the world can only grow 1. But its Achilles heel, again, much like all of Latin America, is it imports over 85% of its fertilizer when it could produce all of that domestically in its backyard. So by producing fertilizers domestically, it not only helps ensure that the farmers in Brazil have security of supply, but it also means that globally we have a fourth major supplier in a non-conflict country that's going to be essential for our global food supply.
Excellent. Let me turn to Rosario. Now back to Rosario. Rosario, mencionabas todo el trabajo que habías hecho.
You mentioned all of the work done by Damper with small farmers, how you have included them in the international food supply chain. Could you give us some more details on how Damper achieves real impact at the community level, while at the same time generating financial returns? You mentioned social returns and financial returns. How does Damper work on that? In our case, having a model company in terms of quality and sustainability worldwide, that has meant that we can work with a focus on excellence to reach levels of competitiveness that are needed throughout the value chain while generating social impact. After 32 years, I am convinced that social impact is not compete with profitability. Rather, it's a complement to it. It maintains it in the long term. In other words, social impact and profitability are not only compatible, they are mutually indispensable. Most of our operations, if not all, take place in Peru. And Peru is thousands of kilometers away from its markets, the United States, Europe, Asia. So the big challenge is how do we make it so that our blueberries, our avocado, our grapes, our mangoes, asparagus, how do we make sure that they can travel 20, 30, 40 days to get to the European and Asian markets? We do that by having skilled human capital that can understand market needs, which is why from the onset of our operations in 1994, we set up an innovative business model based on the concept of shared uh, value, focusing on being profitable and connecting that profitability to the well-being of our employees, the families, our community, and the environment. So we have four strategic pillars. One is education. How do we raise productivity among our employees? We bring educators to our operations so that those who have not finished high school can do that while they're working. Health. We look after our employees' health, especially women, because 50% of the 14,000 employees we have at Damper are women. And it's very important to invest in women because it's been proven that a very important element in reducing structural poverty in a country means the inclusion of women in formal labor markets. There's research that shows that 90% of a woman's economic income, an employee, goes directly toward food, health, and education for their children. So we have health, education, gender equity, empowering women is a third pillar, and fourth is working with small farmers to promote resilient supply chains. Now, it's one thing for me to say these four pillars have led to significant impact in the quality of lives of people and the company. And it's one thing to say that, but it's another thing to be able to measure that. So it's because of that a few years ago, we went and knocked on the IDB's door and we said, we want to be able to measure whether our initiatives have a positive impact on employees' quality of life, on communities, and on our own productivity. So we did that, and through a study that measures multidimensional poverty, it's called the IPM. It's developed by Harvard and adopted by the United Nations. So we had very valuable support from the IDB on that index. It measures poverty for employees and their families, and it doesn't just measure poverty in monetary terms in several dimensions: health, education, living conditions, social protection. What that research has shown is that the multidimensional poverty index in Damper is 28% compared to the multidimensional poverty index in our country in Peru, which is 42%. So that's significantly lower than that. That shows that our initiatives definitely work and have a real measurable impact on the quality of life of our people and the competitiveness of our company. This research also shows something very important, and that is the fact that one employee in our company that has finished secondary school, this is a partnership that we have with the government, compared with an employee at our company that has not finished their secondary school, that leads to a 48% reduction in the likelihood of their family getting stuck in poverty. So, working with the IDB a few years ago, we started working to get certification to raise our performance in terms of gender equity in order to build a safe, equitable space within our company which promotes productivity, innovation, and competitiveness. The salary gap in Peru is 27%. In our company, it's 2.5%. So, over these 32 years, we've also been able to offer health services to our workers. We have free clinics for obstetrics, for expectant mothers, pediatrics. All of these resources correctly invested means our employees have a better education, better health, and they can flourish in an equitable environment. Over these 32 years, our business has increased its sales 100-fold, and our EBITDA over the last 10 years has grown 7-fold. And all I can say is that when a company has a clear purpose, when it's competitive, it invests and it generates a transformative return that's a financial return with real social impact. Thank you. Thank you, Rosario.
Let me turn to James. Have the Caribbean perspective and the regional perspective, given your reach. You are making inroads into more like vertical integrated business. and you're looking at opportunities across the region, from your perspective, how can agribusiness in the region leverage, digital tools? You have also a lot of projects on innovation and digitalization. So how can agribusiness can leverage digital tools, traceability systems, innovations in the value chain to try to capture more value, improve efficiency, and meet growing global demands and regional demands for more traceable products and better products at the consumer level?
Yeah, thank you. So I think just to set it up, I think there's two things I'll say about what we are fortunate to live in a time where technology and digitization is going at a pace that, let's be clear, we can't wait for it. It's happening, right? So that's one. This is happening whether we want to get on board or not. So that's the first thing. But I think the greater opportunity is it allows, to be blunt, smaller players to compete with the bigger players. If you look at what's going on with generative AI, this is a huge opportunity for us in the region, for us in the Caribbean, to that. And last year, late last year, we signed an agreement with OpenAI to bring a very enterprise ChatGPT to all of our employees, not specifically to get them over the fear of technology, because this is the beginning of a path towards leveraging technology across the entire business. So I say that to say that I think it's a very unique time for markets that tend to be viewed as small to punch big and to compete big, right? So the three places I feel where there's real opportunity. One is just operational visibility, right? If I look at how we're thinking about our supply chain, our logistics, the ability to see where everything is and to operationalize that, cut wastage, improve efficiency. I mentioned the warehouse that we opened. That warehouse will double the capacity that we have with the same amount of people. And not only that, the people that are in there are learning new skills around AI, robotics, so the capability build is also great, right? So there's a real example of how we can create operational efficiency and people development through the use of technology and doubling the capacity of a business, right? That's one. The second element is around traceability, which we talked a lot about. And that is becoming more and more an opportunity for premium margin products. People want to know where this food came from. And now we can actually, with a barcode or just see where that food came from and charge a premium for that. So once again, it allows smaller markets like ourselves in the Caribbean to do something at a higher quality level, get a premium margin for it, and then substantially fund food in the region. So let me explain that second part. What I didn't talk about in the first part is why we're excited about this agri-processing aspect or potential for MASI. Is the problem we have in the region is the cost of good food, right? And it's a health problem. So in Trinidad, where we have oil and gas, for many years, we essentially subsidize the cost of fuel in the market because we can export oil and gas. If you reimagine that in the context of organic, regenerative, or healthy foods, and you can get to a scale where you export and get that margin, you literally can subsidize quality food in our market and make it convenient and affordable. And what do we own? We own the largest retail food business in the country, in the region. And that allows us to then, in an economical way, find an opportunity to move that quality food in. So that's a healthcare aspect to what we're doing. All of this can only be done through the technology that is now available to us at a fraction of what it would have been available to us 10 years ago. So our view, which is the beginning of, I think, the next generation of our strategy and our investment, is around technology to fuel and power, not just efficiency, but an opportunity to really drive transparency, enhance our capabilities, the people that work for us, and leverage that to change the dynamic and the ability of our region to compete internationally. The last thing I will say is, because we've been working through this in our region, is data and how we can turn data into a business. Right? When you have the scale of Massey, you're sitting down on probably the largest data insight of consumers in the region. But I can extend that analysis to probably one of the more informative data insights of any complex markets. And then how do I leverage that data to do many things in terms of cut shrinkage, reduce spoilage in food, understand who's buying what and where they're buying, and allows us to expand and compete internationally. So we honestly believe there's another element of technology, which is the data that we have available to us. How do we use that to monetize that? And once again, not just be efficient and productive in the region, but allow a relatively small company like Massey to compete on a global scale and to be faster, more agile to win in those markets.
Excellent. Thank you, James. We're running out of time, but so I will ask you to be brief, Luis. Desde el momento de la conceptualización.
When you start designing or working on Prolades model, and also now with its day-to-day operations, you've incorporated sustainability as part of the core of its operations. Could you tell us how you approach sustainability? What projects are you developing, and how does sustainability weigh in on your day-to-day decision-making? We think of sustainability from day one. We are RCPO certified. Our clients pay a premium for that. But we don't look at sustainability as a cost or as an obligation, but rather as a way to generate wealth for the company. Let me give you an example. Biocarbon. 70% of what we harvest is biomass, it's waste, and this happens with sugarcane and other crops. And in the past, it was expensive to get rid of that. Now we're transforming into biocarbon. It stays in the soil. It regenerates the soil, reduces use of water, enhances fertilizers. We use less phosphorus. And that is how we generate 15% more fruit per hectare. That doubles profits per hectare, and it's all in the name of sustainability. So the challenge now is how to embed sustainability practices in the business in a way that it impacts our EBITDA. Pure cost is not going to get you anywhere. Nobody wants to pay for sustainability. I've seen that after 15 years of work. So you have to do it on your own. But there are ways to do it, and I would invite all of you to look into this. Thank you, Luis. Matt.
What role can a company like Brazil Potash, the company that you are leading and the project that you are leading, what role can Brazil Potash play in strengthening the value chain and connecting agri-inputs with farmers, processors, and markets? And where do you see the biggest bottlenecks in the value chain to achieve this integration that we need?
One of the biggest issues in the value chain right now is just transportation time. Imported fertilizer into Latin America typically takes around 100 days between when it actually leaves the facility that's produced before it actually hits the farmer. It's particularly exacerbated by port congestion. In Brazil, you have somewhere between 30 to 60 days of congestion in the ports in the south where vessels need to wait before they can actually dock. And the reason that's such a problem is because credit in Brazil for small farmers that can't access international lines is around 22%. And that's just absolutely crushing for the small farmers. Larger farmers, sure, they can access international credit, but it's still such a complete waste. And when we talk about the fragility, as I mentioned earlier, things such as the wars, the tariffs, it just further exacerbates this issue. So by producing what I'll call in a selective globalization manner, so I'm not predicating that everything should be produced domestically. What I'm saying is that there's certain goods and services that are absolutely essential that when you can produce them domestically, you should. And by doing that, you really strengthen the supply chain because you cut out all of these risks that you have with port strikes, rail strikes, wars happening in different countries by having that key commodity right in the backyard of where it's consumed. And we're seeing certain countries do this right now. We're seeing the United States step up, putting billions of dollars into critical minerals projects, building a vault of critical minerals. Canada's also not just talking, but putting billions of dollars into increasing the supply of products domestically. But a lot of the conversation today seems to be around things like rare earths and magnets that are important for different pieces of electronics. And I'd argue with people, what more fundamental than ensuring our food?
Yeah, excellent. True. Well, I think we're wrapping up the panel, so I want to thank you all for the insightful conversation that we had. I think we heard from different parts of the value chain, the value of integration, the value of technology as an enabler to achieve sustainability, and also the effects of climate and climate resilience and how to incorporate those effects into the economic decision making. So, and also the idea of shared value. How do we share value and how do you share social impact with and pair social impact with economic returns as a key component of a long-term sustainability of the business. So thank you for being available and for your contributions today. And thank you all.
We thank our panelists for their remarks. Thank you for joining us for the first day of the Business Forum. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow at 9 a.m. sharp for the high-level event, From Agreement to Implementation, Unlocking Investment and Growth under the